All right. Good afternoon, people on the West Coast. Good evening, people on the East Coast, and wherever else you might be. Thanks for joining us. We're coming to you live from the Mid-Atlantic Ridge at the Kane Fracture Zone, and we're on the Schmidt Ocean Institute vessel Falkor 2 with a team of geologists, chemists, oceanographers, biologists, microbiologists, engineers, ship's crew, all kinds of people with all kinds of skills out here. And we are now on the seafloor at about 2,100 meters depth on the massif of the inside corner high between the Kane Fracture Zone and the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. We're on this dive checking out a detachment fault, which is a major fault along parallel to the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, looking for signs of serpentinization reactions and fluid flow coming out of the seafloor. We just created a map from two autonomous underwater vehicle missions that happened today and yesterday, and this fault was really invisible to us until we had a look at these new AUV maps, which give us a meter scale resolution of the seafloor here. You can see very small things compared to a giant blur that was all that was visible from the ship-based multi-beam maps that we had before we came out here. So we are going to take a tour of this detachment fault today to see what it looks like. We are thinking there may be rocks from the deeper rocks from the mantle exposed on the west side of the fault. Ultramafic rocks, peridotite, potentially rocks that have been serpentinized. We'll get into that later. And on the east side of the fault, we're expecting to see volcanic rocks. Not sure which kind exactly. We'll have to wait and see. So this is unexplored territory right here. I don't believe there's been any submersible dives here, and very few rocks have been sampled from this area. So we'll be trying to collect some rocks and see what we can find out about exposures of mantle rocks in this area. It's also, the fault itself is a major pathway for fluid flow from deeper down, where higher temperature reactions between seawater and the mantle rocks can produce high pH fluids. Ultimately, we would like to find another example of warm alkaline fluids coming out of the seafloor in this type of area. We're trying to find out how common that situation is. There's one spectacular example called the Lost City hydrothermal field that's a few hundred miles north of here at 30 degrees north, also on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. It's part of what we call an oceanic core complex, which occurs often on slow spreading mid-ocean ridges. Might represent approximately 30% of the seafloor area surrounding the mid-ocean ridge on slow spreading areas. There's an anemone in the sediments here. We completed a dive yesterday that went up 1,000 meters of relief along a pretty steep cliff to the summit of the massif just to the west of where we are now. This site is closer to the mid-ocean ridge axis, where there are magmatic heat sources, and it's as I said, it's in an area where we think we're sitting right over a detachment fault. So we'll be looking for evidence of that today. We have a dive transect plan, which basically zigzags across the fault. To our right, as we're moving south, we expect to see peridotite up a slope. That is mantle rocks moving up the slope to the right, to the west, and when we come across to the east, we are expecting to see volcanic rocks. So we'll get our onboard geologists to have a close look at these rocks and tell us what they think. We've got Jeff Beeson from Oregon State University sitting next to me here, and Melissa Anderson, also very close by. She's from the University of Toronto. I guess I should say my name is Dave Butterfield. I'm from the University of Washington and NOAA Pacific Marine Environmental Lab. And I guess you can blame me for all of us being out here. There's a shrimp. We had a nice descent, seeing all kinds of siphonophores with intricate, long, stringy tentacles coming off of them. And this is the blurry shrimp.
Tiny little legs.
Maybe we should zoom in on the sediment here also and see what that looks like. Yesterday we found sediments that were almost entirely dominated by shells and spicules from sponges and corals that were living on the cliff, and this looks a little bit similar right here. You can see those long needle-like shiny objects making up this sediment. Probably some shells in there. All right. One thing we found yesterday in that dive was that we were taking water samples close to the seafloor as we are right now, and although there were no signs of venting there, there's a nice view of the shells that are making up the bulk of the sediment here. It's just almost entirely biogenic, produced locally upslope from here. We found that there was excess hydrogen and methane in the bottom water as we were moving along. We took a bunch of samples, brought them back on board, and analyzed them on board the ship by gas chromatography. And we're a little surprised that there was the highest methane and hydrogen levels we've seen so far on the cruise. There's a fish out there in the distance. Oh, let's go have a look at him. The green lasers, if you can see those, are 10 centimeters, so he's not very big, but he's a small shark. Oh, now he's coming to check us out. Flew underneath. All right. Oh, there he goes. Okay. He's going the same way we are. Show us the fluid flow. Come on, we know you like to hang out in that stuff. Okay, lots of sediment here. As expected, we could tell on the map that there's basically a a wide swath of sediment in the saddle at the base of this fault. So it's our elevation here. We're at 2120. Okay. So, how are we doing with our map? We should probably. Well, it would be helpful to have because. Okay. There's some rocks. Okay.
We're on a thumb drive. That makes it much better.
You could.
Yeah,
you
I can get it on the phone drive.
Okay. Okay, we're getting situated here. We've been, as I said before, the group from Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, got Dave Caress, Jenny Paduan, Randy Prickett, Jordan Caress, and Eric Trotsky, who's the operations leader for them. They're out here running 2 autonomous vehicles that are really sophisticated and create amazing maps of the seafloor that let us see very small things. And they're just still producing a base map for us right now as this dive is starting. So we're trying to get that loaded into the computer so that we can follow our track over that map. We are We're currently on northeast heading. And northeast heading headed to our starting waypoint. We're past it. Where's the
Starting waypoint? Oh, it's back there. That's where we landed at the starting. Okay. And we're halfway to the second waypoint.
Okay, that helps me know. Okay, so we're crossing the broad sediment swath at the low point between the uplifted mantle rocks to the west and the volcanics to the east. So we're gonna cut across this and see what kind of volcanic rocks we see. And as we're doing that, I'm going to take a water sample. Maybe we should not start with piston number 1. What do you think? Maybe a bag. So
HFS.
I'm gonna go backwards instead of. I'm gonna take 23.
So you take 23?
Yeah, I'll take 23.
Tell me just when you stop.
Okay, getting ready still. Turn the flush pump on. So we have this instrument on the ROV SuBastian hydrothermal fluid sampler. It has an intake nozzle, titanium. It can sample high temperature fluids up to 400 degrees or potentially higher if we find them. We're not going to find those here, but we can also use it to sample the deep ocean seawater. And we're about to take a sample just to bring back and find out how much methane and hydrogen are in there, looking for signs of fluid coming out of the seafloor. So flushing that now, and we'll set it to 4. Maybe I'll just do 400. Were all these like the normal long bags?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they can
For
take more.
15 yesterday was okay.
All right. Okay. So ready to start that now? So taking sample number 1, and it's bag 23 at 0050.
Yeah. How do you call the site? This one, it's
Eastern Detachment Service.
Yeah, new detachment, Eastern Detachment. I've just been calling the site in Kane.
Sediment at 2110 meters.
Oh, do I feel it there? Oh, I do now. So,
Oh, that didn't start. Okay.
Oh,
It didn't start pumping for some reason, so I'm gonna
okay. So let me.
try that again.
Sometimes it's just the bag, sometimes it's a piston,
We'll restart it.
just whatever.
Oh, well, that didn't.
yeah.
Need to wake things up here.
Okay, everything green.
Try that again.
It's okay, it's turning now. And now it's stopped. What?
Interesting. I'm not sure what's going on there.
I didn't have the problem before.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could run the flushing fine.
Did you?
Hmm.
No, because it was not working. So I canceled it. But maybe we're going to recreate.
Oh, what's that?
Footage from the Mars rover. There's some landscapes, there's something like what?
Oh,
Yeah, what is that?
what is this?
Can we poke it?
Always down,
No, I wanna know if there's.
it's just a whole bunch of that sediment.
Yeah, but why?
Why is it right there in that pile? Yes. All right, now it's okay. Now that's turning. All right. Let's try this again.
You're starting?
Starting now. Let's see if it goes. Oh. All right. Well, we're not happy now.
Oh no.
No comms.
It's also like the guys from the as long as I can go
We lost comms for a minute there for some reason. It's apparently back now. Okay, that's running. One more time. Try it again.
So,
Huh.
stops working each time?
All right, it's not. I don't know. I think I'll leave this alone then.
Do we reboot it?
Yeah, and have to re-white out, we're not gonna run the boomers, which is possible.
Yeah.
It's just so good. Really gonna miss it.
You want to try another position?
I think I might have turned it off for a while. I don't know. This is unusual with this coming up with no comms after I send it a command. So I don't know. I could try it again. Okay, does it do this? Selecting a new bottle. Okay, you're listening to us trying to make a sampler work. We're having some kind of communication problem.
So what this is,
Still,
you put it on 23, did you
I'm
had
trying.
the fresh pump on?
I did not have it on right then, so let's try that again. It's running, but this doesn't,
Yeah, it's not red. Oh,
and
it's
then it stopped. I think we better turn it off. Okay, I'll close that.
There's a carrier craft.
Yeah, it's like a hermit crab with carrying a shell around.
Looks like you found a dinner.
He's got, yeah, what's he got? He's carrying another shell or what?
Turn the HFS off? Yeah.
All right, we will deal with water samples later.
No go for
Okay, we got a crab with carrying a shell around. These rocks look like they're got some manganese coating on them, which is something happens to volcanic rocks if they sit around on the seafloor for a very long time.
When you turn it back on, everything was okay?
Yes.
You tried flashing as I did and everything ran.
Yeah, it ran okay.
I think we have a problem.
Ran the oxygen. Yeah.
But Jim told me that they had a problem with the pipes, not only on our stuff.
Right, it might be, that seems like what it is. It's not internal,
Yeah.
it's something with the serial. Okay. That problem to me seemed like something with the serial link that was not really internal to the HFS because it kept saying no comms and going in and out. Yeah. Okay, we're still at 2,100 meters depth.
We can stop and try.
Looking at
Do you want to sample yet?
talus slope, broken up rocks, dark coating on them, some sediment covering them. If it's like the rest of the sediment we've seen, it's a biogenic kind of sediment dominated by shells and spicules, hard parts of animals, corals and sponges. What do we got there? Okay. Skeleton of a sponge. And there's a little. That looks kind of like an old pillow basalt there. Yeah, looks like we're starting to see some old pillows. I'm sure many people out there know what pillow basalts are. Some know a lot about them. But for those who don't, it's lava that's extruded, sort of like toothpaste coming out of a tube. You've got a flow front with a solid crust on it. Oh, there's a nice coral with a.
If we could get the lasers in there at some point too, that'd be amazing.
They are on. We just. There they are.
Lasers. That better?
Yes, just give me a second to take a picture of that. 1 second.
That was a lot of 1 second.
Gotcha. Very good. Very good. Very good.
Oh, this one.
We're a little heavy because of the, we took that method back off when we tried to adjust for that absent weight.
Okay.
Ooh, xenophotography.
Traversing this arc, right? Yeah. So we're
Xeno.
come up
Xeno 5 or
in the scarp.
yeah.
About to get
There's
into this.
multiple, there's another one down below.
What are those?
They're little,
Oh, yeah.
kind of like, that beetle that makes it, dung beetle.
Yeah.
You can't see, they make a little house out of the mud.
Okay.
They're all little filters.
Huh. Okay. I see another one over there. Mhm.
They're very delicate.
Also, it's surrounded by little valleys.
Anytime I hang out anywhere for too long, they start blowing.
It's heavy, Jim.
Very heavy.
You got any? I don't suppose you have any weight you can get rid of.
Negative.
Okay.
Have to. We'll put it together.
Seems pretty tough.
I can go more.
I think we're gonna get this.
We're gonna get this scarf first. Just right ahead of us.
Today we're expecting to see some volcanic rocks. We just saw some pillow basalts there. We're hoping to get out of this sediment and into some more rocky areas. We might see some volcanic rocks from deeper down, some gabbros, which are formed at depth in the crust and solidify slowly, as opposed to being erupted onto the surface. And we may see some rocks from the deep mantle that have been lifted up and exposed. Currently we're headed towards the volcanic side of this fault, and we've seen a few pillow basalts that were erupted here on the surface of the seafloor. We're at a.
Is that a crinoid sitting on top of this?
Yeah, that purple one is a crinoid, yeah.
We have
Or
a
the swimming one?
purple crinoid sitting on top of a sponge here.
Looks like
We
it's
both get those ones.
Hmm.
Is there a way to fix this stuff? Because this was doing this yesterday too, but it's heading on the.
Welcome to the boat. The screen's no problems. You might be able to just put that and turn it off. This thing thinks of it.
That's interesting. I like these wearing a little. Is that a different element? The purple? Yeah. Thank you for the lasers.
I just enjoy watching the biology observations come in right here. They're coming in pretty fast.
Yeah. What kind of coral was that we saw? Wasn't that? Somebody must have said that.
Type
Or the sponge.
theater, Google, Boston. Just reading the observation with
Nobody can come.
I don't know. I'm just trying to read. I'm just reading bio observations.
Who's making those?
Monica, is that a type of sponge
Over
that
there?
you people flat on the rock?
Our people.
I hope so.
Yeah, so that lighter green
They're on
stuff
the
looks
water,
like a
I guess they
sponge,
Oh,
and
it's
then
here.
that corally looking thing, it could either be a hydrocoral or a bryozoan. It's kind of hard to tell without getting a mega zoom onto the polyp area, but
If you want it, I can, real quick. I gotta do a handover anyway with Adam,
Sure.
so
sure,
it's a good time for me to sit down.
sure, that'd be great.
What's that?
We are
I do, right? Just measure it from where we're at.
about to have a pilot exchange. Time for J-Rod to go off and Adam to come on. And we've got Chill in the next seat over. Okay, zooming in on this, what's growing on this rock.
Is that enough, or do you need to get more than
If
that?
you could get even more, that'd be
Alright, I'll let Adam scoot it in a little bit closer to you guys. They are heavy. You know what happened?
Do you think bryozoan?
So what do we think that is?
Yeah, it could be a bryozoan.
Okay,
It could also be a hydrocoral, so that's why I would like a tiny bit more zoom, because then I can get a feel for it, but it looks like a bryozoan.
I think that's the max. That's the max zoom right there.
That's the max zoom? Okay,
Yep.
well then that's okay. I'll just I have a feeling it's a bryozoan.
Okay, the opinion is it's probably a bryozoan. There may be people out there who want to add to that discussion.
That's what?
All right, so we're on the way to waypoint 1. No, we're not sampling. Nobody has been asking for a sample yet.
No,
So
no,
Okay.
very good.
I was trying to use the fluid sampler, but there's some kind of serial COM issue. Probably not within the fluid sampler. It's acting weird. It's comms just are cutting out and coming back. I turned it off for a bit, and we'll probably try turning it on again. In fact, you can turn it on right now. Let's try to see if it works any better. What's our size of the squares up there on the nav screen? Those are 100 meters. Never mind. It says right there.
Read it. The co-pilot speaking. You can see
So we've gone about 300 meters since we started, and got about 100 meters to go to get to our first waypoint, which was selected just to be up on the volcanic side of this fault. We're seeing some sponges and corals and little crabs, and we saw a shark, small shark, some shrimp. But compared to yesterday, we saw so many animals. All these rocks would be covered with sponges and corals in the place we saw yesterday, which was on a very steep vertical cliff leading up to the overall summit of this seamount or massif. That was at a depth of about 1,000 meters, and we're down at 2,100 meters right now. See some more pillow lava shapes there, and some broken pillows. Bunch of fragments. Dark, dull manganese oxide coating on some of these. Those manganese oxides are something that form from manganese that's seeping up out of the sediments in a dissolved form in low oxygen or no oxygen conditions in the sediments. and when it comes up to the seafloor, it gets oxidized by the oxygenated seawater and forms a manganese oxide that accumulates slowly, forming crusts on rocks or sometimes on the sediment itself, and sometimes making manganese nodules in certain environments, like huge areas of the deep abyssal plains in the Pacific Ocean. And those manganese nodules are being investigated for potential mining, which is sort of a big issue right now. So we can just head right for waypoint 1 and get there. See what we see. Melissa will let us know if she wants to get a rock.
Big screen there.
A little bit of oxidation or discoloration on some of these rocks. You can get these orange colors, oxide coatings form on the rocks when they interact with hydrothermal fluids, for one. Can also get those types of alteration products at low temperatures over a long period of time. When we're looking for mid-ocean ridge hydrothermal systems, hot springs, moving along the seafloor as we're doing right now, there are often telltale signs that let you know that you're getting close to something.
Dave,
One of the first...
when we get a second, I think we're ready for our first rock.
Oh, okay. There's some interest in taking a rock, so we're gonna... Any of these pieces here?
Yeah, right around where the pillow looking thing is, in the middle of that thing, where Jeff's pointing.
Right in the middle of the screen there? Okay, that
Any of those
clump of
pieces.
pillows.
Because it-
Where are the lasers?
It's difficult to tell a lot of the time because
That little rock right there.
Are you talking about... Let me zoom in on it. Let me make sure.
I think you had it. It was this one on my
it's
screen.
just this area, so.
Any of this stuff here.
Yeah.
Like
Something
that?
there. Yeah, something around there. Perfect.
All right.
I can do 30.
Do we want the lasers on, or are we okay with them off for the moment? Looks like they're off.
Do you want that?
Hmm? How big a rock do you want, Melissa?
One or two fists.
One or two fists. Okay.
Because it sort of looks like this over.
With or without biota? We'll just have to see what we get. All right.
Pick one that's easy to sample.
Yeah.
Make sure you're taking pictures too, Jeff, so
Yep.
zoom in and zoom out. And logging the sample itself.
Is this under photo context?
Yes, photo context is the zoom out, photo ID is like when they hold it up.
Okay, picking up this rock, lots of powdery sediment. Some very fine sediment coming off of that. Alright, these rocks are still pretty tough. The ones we tried to sample yesterday were so altered they just disintegrated when we picked them up. So we're using the titanium manipulator arm to pick up this rock. It could easily just crush that rock into pieces with its grip, but it has some. This is not a delicate rock, so it's fine. But those red rubbery fingers on there allow this manipulator to pick up extremely delicate things like mussel in its shell. You can pick up a piece of coral without mangling it. And
Okay, so you want to take the photo for ID there.
okay, we're getting a view of this rock from different sides. It's got a dark black coating on it.
Get another one.
Bunch of sediment on that end of it,
Here.
which will be gone by the time we get it up.
Okay. That's good. Let's put it somewhere in one of the box, the basket. The basket box. Rock box. It's in the basket. It's in the milk crates.
On front of the vehicle, we've got a lot of storage space for rock samples today. Pulling out the front porch is being extended out right now. Here you can see the right hand side of it entering the view of the camera, and that thing on the right is a fluid sampler intake nozzle with a yellow polypro line around it and a little purple line on there in case it gets dropped. You can reach down and grab that rope to pick it back up. Okay, so we're putting rock sample into what's called Rock Box 2A. And when we collect a sample like that, we log all the information about it in a data logging system called C-Log here on the ship, and we also write it down on our paper sheet that has a diagram of the storage containers on front. All right, so that was sample one, right?
That's sample one.
We didn't
That's
manage
rock
to take
sample
another
0
sample.
and 2 if they took a fluid
They did not take a fluid
We
sample.
could not take one because the
It
comms
didn't
were
work.
not working. So
We have a slightly better backing map for you, ROV team.
And if you would turn on the fluid sampler again, I'll give it another try.
It's on right now.
It is on, okay.
I'm a little hesitant to be started shutting it down and then off.
Yeah, all right. All right. There's something bad about the cereal today.
Okay, onwards and upwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that another rock?
No, I think they're good for rocks. Gonna have to pace ourselves or we're gonna get overloaded. Cecile, I might manage to take this sample. I'm not sure. It looks like it's working now.
This would be sample 2.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See the shimmering water coming out of there.
Yeah. That's the second one.
From the sampler. I'm taking it because it might stop working in a second. So.
Just tell me when you're ready.
Okay. COM problem is at least not a problem right now. So we're taking bag 23.
Have you started it? Okay.
I started it. I started at 0050.
Wow, that's cool.
What bag? For HS.
Actually, we just wrote it down.
It's waving at us. No.
There's a camera in that arm, as you can see on the bottom there, and a couple of lights, so you can get the arm's eye view when you're trying to reach in and grab something. We don't use that very often, but sometimes it's quite useful. You can look into dark places with it. All right, so we are taking a water sample. We can tell that it's working. We've got a little spinning wheel that says the flush pump is moving, and we can see the fresh water coming out of its exit point, mixing with seawater and creating a shimmering. Just tells us that the pumps are working and we're moving the water. Getting close to done with that.
Okay, so it comes on back on. That's cool.
Yeah, it's something with the serial link that's
Yeah.
coming and going. That looks really good though.
Yeah.
You want to look at it? Sorry.
No, no, we're good. What's going on with the arm? Is it
Same thing if you're having with your issue.
Oh. some kind of comm issue? Okay. 50
We're almost done, right?
yeah, coming up now. Okay. And that sample is done. All right. It's 3.1 degrees.
Okay.
And 450 mils.
And we're gonna get this set up again. Would it be possible to get a close up on that big fat branch? Might be sponge.
Okay. Just want to get a close up, I think. Do you want? Oh, there's the lasers are in there, huh? I wasn't sure. I thought I just saw one going by, but. You want lasers? Yeah, there they are. Yeah, here we go.
That's a nice one.
Small fish. Okay, now make that focus.
Alright.
Sorry, I can try to get you here. I'll get you focused.
Oh, yeah, okay, perfect. That's perfect, guys, thank you.
That's okay? All right. That's quite green. That's quite green, isn't it?
Isn't it just a light?
Probably.
Did you used to say that I was finding it all
We're fine to move on.
Hmm?
We're fine to move on. When case of this done with this, we can move on.
Okay. Okay.
Should I go back or do you want to take the other side?
I could take just in one while we're moving just to see if it works. Do you want to try it?
There's no point. We
Maybe
can
we
save
can
that
wait
for later.
a little bit, maybe.
If you can. So, I'll
Alright.
do that there.
Okay. Okay.
You can see the pillow mounds. I mean,
We're like going in a little corridor.
Yeah.
Hey Dave.
Yes.
We just were to the
This is all uphill, or this is just
north,
north
there
across
would
the top
be
and down
like
the
this
side?
like sand sheet.
It could be a little bit uphill as we keep going to the east.
How detailed.
And then there isn't that much relief here. What did we come up? Maybe 50 meters total so far?
Nothing too crazy. I think, what do we touch down at?
Close to 2100.
Okay.
But we wouldn't mind going up. I think it should be a little bit uphill to waypoint 1.
Yep.
See what's up there.
No, I was just wondering when we position the ship here from waypoint 1 coming back, but I think it's down.
Yeah, I think we're staying within about a 100 meter, maybe 150 meter zone. Mm-hmm. Oh, get. Okay, one water sample and one rock sample, and we're continuing to move to the southeast. We're on the volcanic side of this fault, and got about another just 50 meters or so to go. Depending on what we see, we might keep going this direction for a little bit. It's pretty thick sediment in here. You can see pillow basalts there coming up. Some trails in the sediment. Looks like a sponge right there.
Bridge, RV.
You want to zoom on that? Or do you?
That would be great. Hello, I got you an updated waypoint.
Whoops, come here.
Updated waypoint.
Greenland, noted when I was looking at
See how long we need to look.
I'll just come in and land up for you.
Well, I think we just. Do you want to keep going, Monica?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. Yep, keep going. There's another one up there. I think they want to leave the lasers on for
They do.
to measure them. Okay, we kicked up a little dust. So I was starting to say a while back about searching for hydrothermal vents with an ROV like this in areas where there are hot fluids coming out. There's usually a halo around the high temperature site. So if you're coming in from a distance, one of the first things you might see is iron oxide sediment deposits or orangey color around the edges of the field, and that's a pretty good sign that you're getting close to something. Then as you get in a little bit closer, you might see mixed orange and white matte on surfaces. The orange is still the iron oxides, and the white is from sulfur, hydrogen sulfide, sulfur oxidizers, and those are pretty good visual signs that you're coming into a hot spring area. And of course, then you start to see some vent fauna, depending on where you are. That's different. The Atlantic has different type of hydrothermal vent fauna that are endemic to the vents in the Atlantic compared to the Pacific. differences between the Western Pacific and the Eastern Pacific, and that whole topic of looking at the distribution of endemic vent species around the globe is it's quite interesting. Some of what we're doing out here relates to that. We were looking at fauna in a newly discovered high temperature vent site that we found at the Puy de Fol seamount or volcano on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge at 20.5 just a few days ago.
Hey, would they be able to get a zoom on that coral there on the left?
Sure. Zoom to coral on the left. Before it gets away. Whoops, it's getting away.
Does it hold down there?
It's kind of dark. We're off to the side.
I'll just point to me where you want
Yeah.
to go and
Okay, right by the coral there. I'll swing back to the front. Oops, come on down there.
I think that's a bamboo coral. If at some point along the dive we have time to collect a piece of one of these, that'd be awesome, but if not, no worries.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you for the close-up.
Long?
Yeah, great job, guys. Yep.
So Dave,
Yep.
I think I know your waypoint's off to the side, but I think your summit's more up here. Did you want to just skirt along there, or did you want to come up?
Mostly we'd like to see just some rocks without too much sediment on them if there's any around. And so yeah, we could go uphill a little more.
Yeah, so if I point to waypoint 1, be kind of down in that valley over the sand there.
Yeah, that's probably not good. Waypoint 1 was kind of general.
I can also skirt around here and then come up.
I tried going up a bit and see what we see.
Sure.
Not interested in looking at a bunch of sediment.
Chill. Yeah, down it.
Okay, we're on a bit of a ridge of broken up pillow basalts.
most of this is in situ, even though it's roughly.
Yeah. Looking at the AUV map of this area, it's incredibly twisted and contorted and complicated.
Yeah, we just changed it.
Kind of hard
Sorry
to
about that.
make sense out of the lack of patterns that we're seeing in that, but there's a lot of complexity in the map. So we're just trying to get a first look at it. The area on the opposite side, on the west, has a very smooth looking surface. We'll get over there after this and see what kind of rocks we have on that side.
So they got the new map up there.
Okay.
This one,
Over there?
this one is still the old one,
Is it?
right?
Pull it from the Divestream.
Just to see, see, just to see how it starts. This one is
Some reason I was here, but you're just to feel some, this has to be really interesting. Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
we're gonna go to waypoint one.
Waypoint
The
one.
trajectory will go over that.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
we're starting. This little saddle, so
This one and that one.
a bit more southern. You might see like this looks like the
So
Yeah, just a
a bit
little if you
to
could.
the east, southeast, southeast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a little if you could, Jason.
This background image is not the same as the background.
There's a
Now this is the old one.
This is the.
here's a pretty massive rock over here on the right.
Is that,
What we got
you have
there?
the co-author one, the co-pilot one, and pilot.
Just a big pillow.
But it's okay, like as long as you can
Well,
follow
I-
the other one.
Yeah. This one.
It's cool.
Can
It's a
we
good
see,
picture right there.
can we see where we are on the other one?
So on this one, we are right in here.
Okay.
So
we're just keep going south?
If we go, I think this looks like a little bit.
Oh.
These guys are also very much. Or it could just be a little short.
Okay.
But I think, so waypoint 2 is. So that's down here. That's transect. None of this is.
Okay.
Could be a little tiny.
Okay. So let's. Where are we going?
Straight south.
We want to go south.
Turn it back up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
This is, that's due east. That's south.
So we don't have to touch waypoint 1, but we kind of want to go. I don't know. On your map, you can see that sort of ridge that's coming up there. Kind of like to go with that up that.
Okay, yeah, so turn that one directly.
Yeah.
90 degrees.
So that'll be across over to here.
Yeah, up in there. So we're gonna go over those series of ridges there and see the sort of little ridge in the middle of that cluster.
Sure. So you
Have
wanna,
a look at that.
you wanna kinda come along here like this?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That would be good.
Perfect.
And then we'll look for the other waypoint after that.
So we put the double bond box on the other one, something else to like.
I'm surprised that bottom box is
Dave?
anywhere.
Yes.
Is there a light wide out, or you just rotate it?
I'm gonna check my angle here.
Neither camera is just.
Yeah, I'm off. I'm crooked.
Yeah, I think we're still deciding.
Whoops. There. Okay, now I'm straight.
It's the Sediment River.
Yeah. Jeff, have you been running the you haven't had a chance to run the sub-bottom profiling much through here, have you?
The AUVs are running a sub-bottom profiler.
Oh, they are?
But
Okay.
I don't think
Nobody's had time to look at the data, right?
they've looked at the side scan data, but I don't think the sub-bottom has been looked at.
Yeah.
And I doubt it will show very much with how much rock there is.
Yeah.
Maybe the sediment see into it.
Yeah.
Definitely nothing from the ship's sub-bottom.
Yeah.
There, that's where I'll be.
Okay.
It would
It's
need
just
to be a
too-
much-
Yeah, gotta be smaller, okay.
Or
So
thicker
these-
and more sediment.
So the AVs though, they would see.
Maybe. I mean, they may be able to look into this stuff. It's really coarse.
Yeah.
Sub-bottoms do better with softer sediments, and this
Oh,
stuff
okay.
is like really
It's just too like
sandy and soft.
bounce off.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. But I have not looked at it.
How about if you tell the microphone what you can do with a sub-bottom profiler? What do you find out? They probably can't hear you unless you get over here.
Do you want to switch out from?
They can hear you if you talk loud.
A sub-bottom profiler looking into the subsea, into the sediment
Yeah.
for reflections, possibly how deep the sediment goes until you hit the basement rock. It's a tool geophysicists use to map thickness of sediment units and structures as they onlap onto competent rock. This is a nice little.
Nice pillows.
Yeah. So you could see the shape of the underlying rock layers with the sub-bottom profilers.
Yeah, you could keep tracking the rock as it dives under the sediment.
Yeah.
You could track the contact between the sediment and the basement, or the rock, whatever the rock unit is.
Mm-hmm.
That already? Yeah, sorry about that. We had a little change. We're heading back up. Copy that. Okay, I'm back on the way. Okay, so that's when you do southwest?
Awesome.
So
Pretty regular field of broken chunks of rock there. So where we're driving along the seafloor here, we don't think anybody's ever looked at this particular piece of seafloor before with a camera. So it's always interesting to see some new terrain for the first time. We're trying to reconcile what we see on those meter scale AUV maps that we just got today with what's actually here on the seafloor. So the ridges and mounds and trends, different trends of ridges in this area. So far, it's mostly been pillow basalts, but we'll have to look up a little closer right here. See, yeah, we're still getting pillow shapes mostly, and then broken pillows with sharp edges.
Around the big pillow, the big pillows. We're requesting another rock.
Oh, you're requesting another rock?
Near one of the big pillow that are in front, right in front of us in the middle.
Okay. I was thinking I might take another water sample as well, as long as it seems to be on and running at the moment.
Yeah, maybe around there. So just look at the sampler first.
Can we do both at once? Or is that like too
Just
confusing?
pick which one is going to be the first sample. I'll give you the sample number.
Okay.
You can be first. You can be 3.
All
You check
right.
that's 3.
All right. Let's try that. We'll start a water sample, and then we can pick up a rock sample.
Hey Jeff, did you have a rock in mind?
Yeah, something around the
I'll try
pillow. I
piston
guess
one
there's
now.
some ones here, or
We can
that's one hiding.
use our camera to see if it's working.
Yeah, those are pretty big.
Maybe
Maybe that one?
This one? Maybe that one.
Flash
Or the
pump.
one, yeah, kind of this isolated one here.
Maybe it's huge and just back there.
Yeah, it's an iceberg.
It's forming.
Okay. Let that run for a
So
bit.
it's like a good context.
Got piston 1 selected. All right, so the water sample will be overall sample number 3, is that right?
What number of the first E1.
E1. Oh shoot, now we're having the comm problem again.
Oh. Okay.
Actually, as soon as you turned that arm on, it started, that's when it went out.
Really?
So maybe we should.
Yeah. I think when you lifted up the arm, it cut out.
Wait until he's done and we'll try again.
We can do that. Yeah, why don't we do that?
Then 3 because we lost the comment.
No, it's stuck.
003. Yeah, that's.
We'll try again. Oh, now it's
So the geos.
now this gets confusing. Yeah, I guess we should just do one at a time.
Lower one.
Yeah.
This guy here. Is that attached?
All right, that rock was part of a bigger rock.
So I need the 2 loads here.
That's moving the sub.
What about anything? We got
It's
right
just
right
like a look around.
this one right here. We're going to do the look up, correct?
Might be a chunk over there.
What kind of flow would you call this? Pillow flows?
There's some more rubbly stuff just above this pillow lava.
Yeah, anywhere around here.
Okay.
Okay, well we came back, but I guess we have to wait.
Okay. This is really something due to their internal wiring, cabling.
Something like that, yeah. I think all the serial comms go through one box.
It's like broken pillow flow. On the other side, this
They happen afterwards. Are you gonna do other mapping and other movie dives on the area, like for an entire week or something? Is that happening?
Basically,
I thought so, but I was.
yeah. I mean, I'm hoping we'll find some water column signals that'll point us at something.
So is there
Stop again. So yeah, we have to use the fluid sampler as our, just, bottom water sampling device. It's fine. It works well
yeah,
sometimes.
these guys are all pretty friendly.
Yeah.
So it's hard to tell what's
Coming
going
back.
I know.
on.
We could also maybe fire some of the Niskin if we manage to see that.
They just have to get to the rocks and go.
Yeah, I'd like to get one here. So if we don't get a fluid HFS, we'll take a Niskin instead. Nobody else is asking for Niskins.
Oh.
Somebody happy.
Lots of rocks.
No, but they can
They could get it good.
cover the biome.
Shouldn't you,
Yeah, it's we need
And
a-
several
Even if
stalks here,
Yeah.
including the one growing on that rock. That's nice.
Maybe it can be one
It's, I think it's
Or just
whenever
like
the
super
comms
strong
come back, we'll get it.
Well, I guess the problem is that they need to like hold on to one and then.
I think it's related to the arm. When they're using the arm, it goes bad.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but the first, like when I had the problem, there was no arm. I think
See? This
maybe if it gets worse with the arm.
There's another
Mhm.
fat thing down there. I don't know if
Where's our bio?
Sean, what is that?
I think it's related to the common unit.
I
Whatever they
believe there is
use.
a Zoom, but I
Yeah.
would say it is either a broken sponge or a broken core. I'm not sure. We can observe. Yeah, I see these. It seems broken. I would say it's a broken sponge or core.
Perfect. Good sample.
Get a nice picture.
So there's a basaltic rock with a
That sticks look like the sediment.
growth on it from probably from a coral.
Photo. Give me 1 second.
That was, I don't know what. Could be mean out of position.
Do you suppose that stalk is coated with manganese, or is it naturally a black color like that?
Which one?
Could you zoom out a little bit?
Do you think that
Yep.
stuff is naturally black or
That's
colored by manganese?
Could be nothing, because I've seen these before.
Okay,
but
we can put it in the box
Can you
or
rotate
rotate
it
it.
180 first?
But usually things are wrong. But it's just a sign.
Like that's good.
Okay.
That's a very long angular piece. If that stalk stays on there, it'll be totally recognizable.
Got it. Do you have a box you want to
Yeah, no, I just brought it back.
The
It's
other
okay.
one, which was in
Yeah.
R2A.
Your camera.
No.
So
Yeah,
2B.
you take it.
RB,
Okay.
2B. 2B. R1, 2B.
Gotcha. Alright. Coming over to Portugal.
Well, I don't know if anybody from my family is listening out there, but if you are, hello. I know I invited enough of you.
They're finally figuring out what you do. I go on these boats and I talk to strangers.
Say hello, Jeff.
Hello, Jeff.
Did you guys want to put it in a bob off just in case the
Is it?
Which one?
It's-
Do you care about that?
It's,
Do you care
it's,
about that
it's
thing?
dead, but
Yeah, put it in
it's-
the box.
Okay.
But let's save the bio box for bio things.
So we're going into B there?
It's not bio anymore.
Yeah. Biofossil.
There we go.
So that was Geo3 or?
Geo3.
Alright. Geo3. Now let's see if we can get HFS4 maybe. I wanna see what happens when the arm stops moving. Might have nothing to do with it, but yeah, no comms.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the socket to cool, but I'll push your,
Oh, yeah.
On and off?
I don't know. I think it's got power. It should come back on if the comm link comes. There it is.
Hey, there it goes. Okay.
Okay, let's do
So it
this
came on?
quick. It did.
kept
So
it
like,
on.
Because he was
it's
moving his
not the
arm.
power. It's the comms goes out, and then when it settles down again, it comes back. We haven't been turning it on and off.
Did you want to sit here while you take the sample?
We can move, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, so we are ready to do piston 1. Turn that on. There goes our pump.
Are you ready?
I have to pump it out a little bit now.
Oh, okay.
Folks there. It's going to be P1 again.
Yeah, pump is on. Hold it to this water through.
I could see what it's saying. See, like,
Okay, we're ready. We ready?
Yep.
Starting sample.
Okay.
Where's RV?
Okay. Here's the little.
Go ahead, RV. Yeah, we got another change of direction for you.
Okay, here comes our fresh water. A little bit. Yeah, it's coming out. We can see the fresh water coming out.
Can you see the shimmering?
Yep.
Oh,
See
yeah.
there?
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna try something here.
So that's fresh water being replaced by salt water?
It's fresh water being pumped out of the backside of the piston.
Did you stop it?
I stopped the big pump. I wanted to see if that would. Oh no, it didn't stop. But I had the other one has stopped.
But do we, is it just like the movement? But we, yeah, no, there's some stuff coming out.
I'm turning it back on again. It sort of came to a stop, but it should start up again.
No, but
It's still
the-
leaking out.
It's
Yeah.
still leaking out. Yeah.
Yeah. It should come out stronger now. Come on, pump. Okay. Yeah, that's coming out.
Yeah, even
kind of
before you
slow.
turn it back on.
There, it should be more like that.
Okay. Is the big pump should be turning, the wheel
I
should
thought
be...
I would see what happened if I turn that off and if it changes. So let's see what happens if it comes back on.
Okay.
Huh.
Mhm.
That slowed that down, didn't it?
Yeah, did.
So that was sort of what I was trying to test. Stop that again. Was that going to get going
And
again?
then it's gonna... So you can still see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
Kind of just slowly coming out.
Yeah. It's... be more now, right?
Yeah, so it might make a difference to that particular one for some reason if the flush pump is on.
I did notice when I cleaned it, you know,
Mhm.
when I cleaned the trails,
Yeah.
that I had to make counter pressure both at the end and on the, like I only had 3 fingers left, the back, and then the two far and the outputs. And only when I did that would the flow come out of this little tiny stuff.
Oh, oh, okay.
So that's exactly what you're saying. Basically, maybe when the flow is too high, there's nothing that goes in for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
I could.
Now it cut out again. So, well, we got some.
Yeah. Okay. It's not.
It stopped at. It started at 202, 201, and ended at 206, 35.
Yeah. I was referring to the volume.
Oh, 442.
442. Maybe we're going for 700.
Yeah, but we'll take that.
Yeah.
442. So, all right.
Moving the arm? No, that was nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I can't send it any commands at the moment, but we got a sample. So that was at 2,037 meters. 2,037 meters at 0203 on PB. Okay. Fortunately, we can take that kind of sample while we're still moving. So, pretty good map, pretty good
Yeah, so I kind of
relation
across that
to
top,
what we are.
And then
Uh-huh.
I think we're going to start the piece into that, so it looks like what we're doing.
Yeah. Good.
Just a little bit more, we'll just keep it kind of moving.
And that waypoint 2 is something we do want to look at. It's a little mound that's about 4 meters tall.
Perfect, I will start heading that direction. I think you're going to kind of come across a big sand plain here.
Oh,
Looks like.
yeah. If you want, you could go straight south to whatever that little scarp is and then follow that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go down south and then head to the west. It's probably another pillar ridge, but
Yeah.
Okay, I had it wrong. I put it down. Last time I had it written, I had it written. And you have that trapped in your yeah. I see it. Click for the sample for the rock. Now it's in there now.
Okay, so we're moving south across a field of sediment. Looks like it's going to be about 100 meters across. Some ripples in the sediment. Occasional little things down there. Do you mind if I play with this camera? All right. Okay. There's a fish.
Can we get a little zoom on that fish as we're going by it right now? I think it's a fish.
Okay. Ah.
That's great, thank you.
What's he got?
I'll just put it in.
Huh. What's with the yellow on his head? Just-
Very good question, Dave.
all right. Well, we got your picture, fish. Not sure what you are.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Onward. Tweak that a little bit. Moving that. That's all right.
Cool.
Little burrowing trails down in the sediment there. Oh, here comes a shrimp swimming by.
So,
Let's zoom on Mr. Shrimp here.
yeah, it is.
He lands there. There's a shrimp for you.
Very nice. Anybody hungry? He's big. I'm happy with that, whatever you guys are.
All right.
Shrimp.
Yeah, it's a pretty good sized shrimp, yeah. Yes, he is. Mm-hmm. All right. And here we got a fish just hanging up in the water column.
Yeah.
Okay, starting to see some rocks again. Oh, different, maybe different kind of flow here. It's like more of a, maybe a little sheet flow, ropey flow maybe. Still got some pillows in there though.
It's gonna take a spell. That will be.
Did you get the before you put in?
So on the other side, right now,
Yeah. Well,
This is looking more like a jumbled type of lava flow in here.
yeah, bring him. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna rent one.
You can see some long, flat pieces in here.
So you could probably just bump here. Yeah.
But will those doors look exciting to Mall?
Probably.
I can unsaturate. Yes, please. Jump in with that. Right, exactly, just cry, just a single tear. Yes,
Okay, so we're just generally following our dive plan of seeing what the eastern side of this fault looks like. Seeing whether there are different types of lava flows, and we got something to zoom on here. I missed it. All right, quick one. All right. All right. Sorry, back to the front.
Sorry. If you notice, you can just point me in all that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I need to get,
I'm not.
get you a stick tomorrow.
Yeah.
Pointing stick, cause that.
Okay. Gets attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because your laser didn't work on the screen the other day.
Uh huh.
Yes.
So we're just coming up on that ridge and we're gonna drop over here.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna hit this ridge and take a right. Yeah, I guess we can turn to the west. Okay, so we're gonna go along this ridge. We have a good map to go with here, so we're expecting to see some sort of 4-meter tall mound.
Oh, we're going to number 3.
Yes, we're going to the 4-meter tall miniature
You know, it's
illusion
4
board.
meters, but maybe it'll be that's smoothed out.
Yeah.
Maybe, maybe it's very narrow.
Yeah.
That's probably not, but it is really isolated.
Something 4 meters tall and a few, and I don't know. It looked like it might have been 10 meters long or something.
Yeah.
Okay, we're headed straight west towards the little mystery object. And once we go past that, we'll head up the other side and see what the western side of this fault looks like. We gotta probably go up high enough that we can, well, need to find some rock exposures in all the sediment. So this ROV work is one part of what we're doing out here. I mentioned the autonomous underwater vehicles. We're using those to create meter scale maps of the seafloor that can show us what's down here. We're also using a CTD instrument that we lower into the water to measure water properties. When we're looking for hydrothermal activity, we use light scattering sensors, see how many particles are in the water. Particles coming from hydrothermal vents are one way of detecting hydrothermal plumes. The type of venting we're looking for, though, doesn't really produce many particles, but it does inject hydrogen and methane into the water column, and hydrogen gives a strong ORP, or oxygen redox potential sensor signal, causes a deflection in that sensor. So that would help us to find sources. We also can collect water samples with that CTD package, bring them up, and then analyze them on board the ship. We're using gas chromatograph to measure hydrogen and methane as our main quick detectors of plumes, and we have seen some elevated hydrogen and methane in the bottom water that we collected with a hydrothermal fluid sampler with yesterday's ROV dive. We've seen some low levels in the water column samples that we've taken with the CTD instrument. Those are typically don't get closer than about 20 meters to the seafloor, especially if we're in rough areas. Okay, so we're probably on or coming up to that structure. I guess we're not quite to it yet, but we are coming up a little rocky slope here. We also use the ship's multi-beam sonar for mapping on a larger scale, giving us about a 20-meter scale, sometimes a little bit less. 15 if
With one of the,
everything's perfect.
with the 712, the medium water depth system, we can get down to 10 to 15 if the water depth is right. The deep imaging sonar can be in the 20 to 25 and get good maps too. So we have there are 3 sonars on this vessel, from shallow to medium to deep.
Okay, so the deep is the 124?
124, which is a 12 kilohertz.
Okay.
And there's a 712, which can go from 40 to 100 kilohertz.
Okay.
And then there's a 2040, which is 200 to 400 kilohertz.
Ah,
So
okay.
as you get higher in the frequency, the shallower you go typically, and the more high resolution.
Okay. That's Jeff Beeson talking. I hope you can hear him talking about the different sonars that are on the ship. He is a wizard with those sonars. we'll watch what they're doing and tweak all the parameters to get the best data out of them, and whip up maps very quickly. He's been getting a lot of requests from everybody to, oh, can I have a map of this? Can I have a map of that? How about the latest version?
It helps that this vessel has quite possibly the best multi-beam sonar available.
Yeah.
It's the best one you can buy right now,
Yeah.
and the ship has it.
Okay. So Jeff's, you may not be able to hear Jeff too well in the background there. He's right behind me, but the mic needs to have somebody close to it. So he's saying that the EM 124 sonar on this ship is the best the best sonar you can buy right now, and he's really enjoying the high quality data that we're getting from it. And as I said before, he knows how to adjust it so that you get the best data possible. And we've been going for the best, best resolution we can get with the beam, with the swath width and other things. That's not my area. I'm not going to tell you what the parameters are, but Jeff knows how to adjust them. What do we got on the seafloor there? Oh, can we zoom on these things for a second, Adam? Yeah, there's some stuff on the seafloor we just want to have a look at here. I don't know what that is, but let's zoom. Might not be anything. Just some. All right, well, there we got some biogenic sediment. Oh, that's nice. Let's see what this is. Just some kind of debris. All right, what is that? You can see the little needle-like spicules in there, and some little pebbles and shells with different shapes. Long black spiny looking things from either corals, probably.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay. What did I do? Oh, somebody.
What are those fuzzy things?
Pokey straws.
All right.
Rose of it. Now that actually looks like it's just in front of us.
Yeah. Where is it?
Right there.
Okay, here's our 4-meter mystery object. It's another little pillow mound, yeah? It looks like it has a bunch of sponges on it. Or is that just sediment pockets? Yeah, sediment pockets, I guess. Yeah. Just an illusion.
Fishy fish.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of pace are you looking for right now?
Oh, we want to make some tracks. This was an object that we saw on the map that we wanted to have a look at, and now we know what it is.
And it's a buried top of a buried floor or something.
Yeah. It's not the carbonate mound with alkaline fluids that we were hoping it was.
It was a low chance.
It's worth imagining anyway.
It was in the area. So take a look at it.
manganese off. Okay.
Well,
One of the things.
yeah. Kind of had a shape,
So we want to go
but it
to
wasn't very
the
high.
east uphill, and hopefully find some rock exposures.
Are we going downhill?
Should be like a flat area here for a bit, and then
You said that before.
I think we'll
We
go
could
up.
probably cruise.
Yeah.
area.
What's your top speed?
Afterburners. Oh yeah.
Yes.
This is a fun view.
Bridge, are we? Yeah, can we step it up a bit, please?
Well, it's just very coarse.
I think it's just a different
Yeah.
grain size as well. This is mostly the bio rubble, the bio debris, and then there's like the plastic with the.
So we're going across this flat
very
bottom area
it's just like
that's
beach, where the
basically
soaring
the,
and the ripples.
we think, the line where the detachment fault is.
Looks like a beach.
We're leaving the volcanics behind,
See if there's any signs of sediment as we process. If there's any oxides.
and we are
Very coarse, but awesome. I love it. We're getting
Decrease.
okay, looking for any sign of oxidation.
All right, decrease one. Close that,
don't see any sign of hydrothermal. Here comes something coming up. Okay, this may be our other rocks that we're looking to see.
Finally get jackpot something.
Sediment. Manganese oxide, so who knows? Can't tell what
Probably,
it is.
yeah,
Can
it might be a little
we?
Okay, we got some manganese oxide coating. Do you want to get a rock here?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's stop and grab a rock.
anything in particular?
Probably just about anything that's loose, not too big.
Bridge, are we? If we ease to it, I'll stop this.
Does this look in situ?
So this one, like, it's impossible to know when we're
Yeah.
going to get to tell which it is because of the coating, but there's a chance that we're like.
So we're gonna see what these rocks look like. They appear to have a black manganese coating on them, meaning they're pretty old. You can see all the biogenic stuff in the sediment there, these needle-like forms.
Yeah, I took one. I just got one.
I like that sediment. I don't know. It's interesting. Not used to seeing that type.
Is that a good one?
That's a great one.
Yes. Very nice, sir.
Make sure you get some photos before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you zoom in? Well, let me get this right there. Hold on.
Let me get past the,
Right.
gotta get past this.
Oh, yeah.
This needs
You're good now.
very crisp.
You're good to rotate? Rotate? Yeah. Hold that.
Oh, yeah,
All
look at
those
that.
tiny, delicately shaped pieces of shell.
Okay.
Good with that
What
one?
do you think, Jeff?
Where are we
Also
putting those
looking
at?
at this
You have a home for this guy?
It looks different.
Um,
2C.
yeah, RB2C.
Rock box 2C. That sounds good.
What do you think about that rock, Melissa?
It looks, let's say,
Manganese
ambiguous.
Yeah. Manganese coated and highly altered, but kind of hard to say what it is.
I think that will be the case, like whether or not we have an ultramafic or a mafic rock, it's just so much manganese coating that until we get it up
Yeah.
on deck.
Yeah.
Unless we can see a nice broken surface somewhere, but
Yeah.
we'll have to get very lucky. Like if we have a nice little scarp somewhere to see a broken surface.
Yeah. Or we can maybe
Keep
break one. They're probably pretty hard to break.
Karate chop and throw.
Yeah.
But I'm also looking for signs of fluid flow in the sediments, if there's any rust color or just a different color in the sediments. Greenish.
Thing with it. Can't what it is. Then find kind of.
It looks like honestly, a glassy surface.
Couple of sponges here. And
5.
ophiuroid.
Geo-05.
I don't see anything.
Bridge, are we?
Can we get that rock?
Yep.
That thing looks like. Hey, why is that your responsibility of biology? It just looks so organic.
Another rock with a sponge on it.
Bridge, are we?
Got a few.
Yeah, we're on the move again.
Okay, going across some sediment. Little shells or pebbles in there.
Realize how cool the rocks are.
More manganese coated rocks. That manganese coating makes it hard to tell exactly what they are because it's a dull black layer over whatever the original rock had on it. Comes the shrimp galloping across the screen. Little white spots on the sediment. Some bioturbation down there.
I'm just seeing investors.
We are at 2,070 meters. Been in a pretty narrow depth range from 2,100 to
I'm not surprised that there's a lot of
2100 to about 2050 is all we've gone across today. We took a suction sample of some similar sediment yesterday, the really biogenic stuff, and it was just full of tiny shells. Some of them were long, conical shaped, clear silica shells. Others were tiny little gastropod shells, foram shells. There were some spiky black sediments that we found towards the end of the dive yesterday, but I didn't get to see those under the microscope. I'm not sure what they look like. Did anybody look? Did you look at those black spiky sediments? Anybody?
We slurped up.
Yeah, under the microscope. Did anybody check them out?
Oh yeah, we did.
What did they look like?
They were really interesting. They seemed to have like little cones, like
Yeah.
it didn't look like urchin spines, and it didn't look like sponge spicules because they were empty cones. It was interesting.
Empty cones.
Yeah.
Okay, but black. I saw the clear ones.
Yeah, the clear ones
Yeah.
were the cone ones. I didn't look at too many of the dark. Sean, did you look at any of the dark things in the sediment?
Yeah.
What did they look like?
They look like part of the stalk of the sponge or something like that. But they do not have the texture of a sponge. So I don't know if they are covered with some mineral or it's just maybe coral rubble. But definitely it's biogenic. Yeah. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Could also have this big
Could be.
So, so the black stick-like spiky looking sediments that we found yesterday. Joan, one of our biologists, looked at them and he said they didn't really look like sponge parts, but they could have been coral stalks, possibly coated with manganese to make them look black. Anyway, not quite sure what they are.
Sorry, can we keep going uphill for a little bit longer?
Yeah, I was just coming to follow the rocks.
Oh, beautiful.
He knows how to. He knows what the people want.
I think maybe we should try to break one of those rocks and see what it looks like inside.
Yeah.
Do you think we
We'll
could
do
break
that
one?
on ship, but-
So it was worth a try.
Yeah, there are that I can use out.
Just anywhere around here try to break one or keep moving?
If you see like a thin piece, like a small corner or something that looks like you can actually break it, then
Like
great.
snap,
But
like-
these guys are not easy to break even
Yeah.
with a sledgehammer, so.
Yeah, okay. They have to be the right.
I break rock. I pick things up, I pick things down.
I don't know. See anything looks breakable in there?
We could also pick
Different.
up another rock around here.
Very
just
different.
In case what we sampled at the bottom was volcanic and it's changed lithology.
Oh, there's another little rock formation out there in the distance.
Whatever you feel like.
These rocks have very different shape. They are not pillow basalts.
And there's a flat guy right
See, these guys are starting to look a bit green to me up here. Do you see what I'm pointing at?
Yep.
Up here? Is it? It could just be the color balance of my screen, but like up in the top left. Can you pan up a little bit? Was it just the color balance of my screen?
That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
but-
not saying anything. Yeah.
You know that song, Poke and Destroy?
Broken, destroyed. What is that?
Oh yeah, that does look like a barn.
Yeah, no portal.
Like something like this right here, you might be able to context photo for me.
Are we trying to break a rock and take it as a sample? We're picking it up.
I do want to sample, but I think they're just gonna smash that first. But it's super dense, like it's not easy to smash.
Yeah.
Very
Ooh. That's a good piece.
So try to break it or just try to sample?
I think we don't need one quite that big for a sample, so go ahead and see if you can maybe drop one rock on another rock.
Bam, bam.
You're not gonna get it.
And these rocks, I mean, if they're very hard.
Not like a very thin edge. Oh yeah, the flat one you can There's quite a lot of iron oxide in it.
That's a bit bigger than it looks.
Well, looking underneath the
Yeah,
rocks
that's
could
it.
be interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting.
If the maintenance is
Scrape
on
some of that off of there.
Jeff,
Are we gonna get this?
did you want to do some dive mapping? Jeff, do you want to give them the dive map to take over?
We're at waypoint 4, or there, or waypoint 3 there. It's number 4 here, so they offset.
Does that look? Am I wanting to see green? So I'm seeing green
Like, are you seeing green right here?
at the bottom. No, it's green.
Well, yeah, but it's kind of powdery coating.
Let's just pick up a rock and we'll break it open and then song back. Doesn't have to be that big. Like this guy right in front of it.
Point again?
Yeah, just one of these guys.
Small one.
Like this, right
two
here,
fists.
J-Rod, something like right.
Well, this
Left
guy.
laser's on it. One
Oh,
of
this
the
one.
left laser's on?
Yeah, left laser's on.
Subsea pointer. We actually found some fish in Australia, so in the reefs, that were chasing the lasers. It was hilarious. They were like,
Just like playing with a cat, yeah. That's interesting. I don't know if you heard that, but J-Rod said there were some fish off Australia,
Great Barrier Reef.
Great Barrier Reef, that were chasing the laser pointers around.
Where's this one gonna go?
Okay, there's nice
The next basket.
over in D.
Get him to look at it. Get him set up for this, really take that sip.
Get a good view of that.
There you go.
5, 6. And when you rotate. Okay. 6. Alright, put it in.
All right, collecting another rock. These might be, well, we're not sure. It's hard to tell with the coating, but
Zoom out.
zooming out.
See it going in. Simple. It's going in for DR2D.
Yeah, fluid samples are possible right now. Do you want to take a gas tight or something? Or no. Just
Or do you have like, are you taking them every hour or something?
I'm taken them in different places. I could certainly take one right here. Let's see if we can fire this thing up. I don't know if it's awake or not. Like that. Okay. Guess we'll take another fluid sample.
Did you just take one?
No, I haven't just taken one.
Only if it
No,
makes sense.
we moved. We moved quite a ways.
Okay.
So. Let's see. Let's get a bag. Okay, flush pump running. I guess Cecile's been logging these. Do you want to log another sample?
Sure. This will be number 7.
No. We're at 2,050 meters.
Ready when you are.
Okay, 22.
Flush pump or?
I was, and now it looks like it turned off. Yeah, it doesn't do that.
It started, but
Oh, did it? Okay, maybe I wasn't patient enough. Let's see here.
Stop.
yeah, Dave stopped it.
Oh, okay.
So,
Try that again.
and it started.
Okay.
Which sample are you going for?
I'm going to take bag 22.
Okay. 22.
Taking a water sample here. Just take a minute. Well, maybe 3.
I haven't reached that part, and when I just become
Yeah.
No, yeah, I don't have a place to put those.
All right. So, ready?
Yeah.
Starting now. See how that goes. $253.
Let's hope we get to the end.
So I'm not going to your priority of like just normal description and
Do we
photography.
stay here or do we keep moving?
We'll just take this and then we're gonna move up the slope a little bit,
Even if you just want to
and then we've got waypoint 4.
I mean, it looks
I
different.
think waypoint 4 should be up the slope. Yeah. Looks like a good sample. So, See all those spiky spicula and
Is that what they, how they call it?
that's a word.
No, the spikes.
Oh, spice.
Is that anything alive in there? Anybody can see? What's it? Is that a snail or is that a little sponge or something?
Bring the camera a little bit.
It looks like there's little hairs on it.
Move the camera around.
All right. How are we doing there? Oh, we're done.
Oh,
Okay.
um,
That finished. So stop that. 256. 453 milliliters.
okay.
All
It's
right.
like it.
That's good. Thank you. This is 20. Okay. I think we're ready to move. So you can, what direction are we pointed? All right. West. Okay.
Can we go
We
a
can-
bit further uphill?
Sure.
Turning towards the south?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, let's go straight west up the slope.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna follow these rocks up the hill, going to the west. The west side of this fault is the uplifted mantle side in this oceanic core complex. We're doing a transect along a detachment fault. At least that's our interpretation of what the bathymetry here looks like. We've left the pillow basalts behind on the other side of the fault. And these are just big, blocky, massive rocks.
Right, that's the ROV on the weekend. Maybe continuing west for a little bit.
Oh, puppy.
No signs of rock deformation.
Sponges around here.
No, sir. So try and oops. Clear it off.
Big sponge.
Coming up just a little, up to 2,047 meters. Big sponges. Thinking about some of the people who've been doing research on this type of environment for going back a long time. I was looking at alvin dives in this general area, and there were some, and some of them go back to around 1980. And I I recognize John Delaney as one of the people who was diving out here. I believe, yeah, it was with Henry Dick as well. And then another like 15 or so years later, around 1995, I think, Jeff Carson was out here in this same area. Not right here, but looking at the Kane Fracture Zone. And those people and a bunch of others developed the concept of an oceanic core complex. There's a lot of others who were working on that too. I don't mean to, can't mention them all, but
Not here doing stuff just yet.
What is it? Can you look at the left thing there?
Yep. I mean, it's not.
What is that garbage?
that's some garbage right there. We gotta log that. We actually do make log entries of anthropogenic material on the seafloor.
Don't zoom too much on the screen.
Looks like a plastic bag of garbage or something.
Some big plastic.
Okay.
It's everywhere.
That's the first bit of garbage I've seen out here, though.
We saw a can on the first one.
We did
Okay.
see a can.
This surface right here, can we look at this?
The-
Oh no, it's just a big rock.
Big
Oh, well, we sampled the rock, so we're probably good on that. We just wanted to see if we can recognize what type of rocks these are. And,
silly.
but we have come up a bit, and we can probably head for that waypoint 4.
It doesn't work very much.
Southwest.
It's not much.
So we're also looking for any signs of deformation on the rocks. If we can see any like slicken lines where it looks like we're actually looking at a fault surface.
Yeah, Melissa was just mentioning the looking for evidence of deformation, of rocks being sliding past each other. I haven't seen anything so far that looks that way
Those could be intrusive.
in here.
They look pillowy to me.
They look pillowy to you?
That, no, they don't.
They don't look
They
pillowy.
do not.
They look intrusive.
The
It looks like a.
the general character of this rubble pile is different than where we were.
There's
Oh, yeah.
there's no pillows, yeah.
Very different, yeah. Yeah, there's no lava flow shapes here that
No.
I've seen at all.
That's why I think it's intrusive.
Yeah.
What kind of intrusive? Remains to be
Hard to
seen.
say. Right. Could be gabbros, but we don't really know.
Could be gabbros.
So we're heading down to waypoint 4 then?
But look at the huge rubble.
I think so. So we're thinking of taking a turn down to southwest.
Can we go a little bit straight up? I think
You want to
there's
go up a
really-
little more? Yeah, we can go up more. Sure. Let's keep following these rocks up a little more, I guess.
Mega sponge. Technical term. Mega sponge. It's not as large. It's a complex of roads.
these rocks look much different from the ones on the other side of the fault that were all recognizable lava flow types. Nothing here suggests lava flow. More massive rocks that either crystallized in a giant body or potentially are mantle peridotites, but with the coating it's a little hard to tell what they are until you get them on board and break them open.
On the other side, it was definitely below.
Yeah, yeah, and every little mound and
Wow, that's quite a sponge.
Yeah.
Going up the hill a little more here. Local time here, midnight.
Probably we'll go and do another 3 hours or whatever before going to bed.
yeah, if you're
I could head off. I'll probably still keep watching for a while.
Some more big sponges up here.
is this your first
We might look at one maybe there. And if the lasers are not on, we should turn them on. Everybody likes to have them on. They are. Where are they at? They're in there. Oh, there they are. I see them. Okay. Yep. Yeah, we can have a. Yeah, I think one of those sponges deserves a close-up. Mm-hmm. Too much light on them, huh?
Yeah, you want to get down. Minus a little bit of that. It's a nice one as well. More of a dramatic drop down.
All right, there we go.
so I mean, so I like that it's
If it was ground fault, before clean, ground fault.
Gotta put the lasers on.
Whoa.
Oh.
Take off the lowers. Take off the lowers. Yeah. It's so heavy on that, it's really down right now. Just sitting there.
Yeah, a little dusty.
If you're looking at it,
Oh, I guess that's enough. No? All right. So we. So we straighten this thing out here.
Yeah.
Do you think this is an artifact date?
It brings in a little bit.
That's an artifact? It's real, it's real.
That can't float at all.
Well, let's see. There's some sharp lines in there.
Because we're almost at it. I don't know.
Which way is that?
Continuing our focus. So, we're now done.
It's a pretty sharp.
Do you
To our
want?
right.
You want to go up west some more, or a little bit, or where's the ship? How are we doing with the ship?
Just fine.
Okay. What? Straight up that?
Yeah, straight. Oh, I can't tell which way we're facing.
We are
we
now-
facing up?
We're heading northwest right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect. I just want to see if the line in the map is a real thing.
Would what we're on, Nate?
Yeah. I mean, I think
Oh,
we're on this.
yeah. Okay.
So this is. Sophia, can you turn this to side for me?
Turn that up a little bit. Looking for some kind of linear feature that's on. I don't know. I mean, there are some
Yeah, it's not real.
long, yeah,
Other than,
Yeah, it's not real.
long, yeah.
other than gaps between the sediments and rocks.
Yeah. I'm happy to.
All right. Okay. Well, I guess we should turn and head for that waypoint 4.
Okay.
And then I think from there we cross back across the fault.
Alright. So you want to start moving the vessel to the
Start
southwest.
waypoint
North south.
5. Oh, they have a different naming scheme. I guess that's called start and that's called 1.
Okay. Yeah.
Now for good stuff.
We end up on that. Yeah.
This thing is really promising.
Yeah.
I think this is intrusive. There's it's all levels of like pretty young. this scarp would be really nice.
We might get there.
It's on the wrong side though, scarp. This side.
Uh,
I think this is our property that blocks.
Right, Geological.
So, we're looking for like.
Just to give you a heads up, we're turning towards southwest.
Yeah.
Heading down towards that waypoint 04.
It's fully. See, this stuff is amazing.
All right, we're turning around to head south. South along the slope of this western side of the fault. This part of the AUV map looks very smooth, which makes sense looking at these sediment slopes. It's got a texture in the map that's known as megamullions. It's domed up structure with corrugation marks on it that are, I don't know how wide they are. Probably a kilometer wide, maybe 500 meters wide. Those are running east-west in the direction of sort of separation, stretching.
Yeah, these rocks for a couple minutes looked at this good. Up and back towards the direction we
I think we can keep going.
but not yet.
Oh, you're stuck waiting. Okay, gotcha. Waiting for the ship to move.
Zooms on some bio.
Sure, we'll see what we got here. Let's see. We got a sponge over there. Well, there's some stuff. Oops, there's a little coral crinoid on it.
Oh, it's so small. It's great. What's the thing down there that looks like a spider? Oh, that was like, John, that's the same Anthropogenic.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Sea spider at the very bottom of the screen on the right. Underneath the
Oh,
rock,
yeah,
looks
okay,
like a little
yeah,
spider.
It's very tiny. We're,
Yeah, if we could manage to get a closer up on that little guy.
we are maximum zoom at the moment.
Zoom out a little bit and I'll see where it is now.
Okay.
To it.
Yeah, that seems like a crab or like an lobster.
A lobster hiding in the rock.
Alright. Let me just see
Where
I
is it?
appreciate your choice of habitat.
Mhm. Okay, that got us closer. See if we can still see it.
Is it still there? Did he
Where'd he go? He might be.
just down a little bit? If you move the camera down a little bit, he's like, there he is. You mean the guy poking out? Where we looking at? Oh, the little shrimp? Or the little lobster?
No, we're looking for a tiny little anthropogenic, but those like a spider.
Oh, that one looks like there's also a
This little thing, see,
also a
it's
tiny
under
little
that
girl
rock
star.
right there.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, he was hiding under right there. But I don't see him now.
Yeah, he's gone.
Where'd he go? Hiding in there.
If you zoom in, it might be easier to
You want to see?
yeah, he might not be there, but
There's a tiny claw sticking out there.
Oh,
Yeah.
look, there's green in the sediment. Do you see the green in the sediment?
Yeah. Green pebbles in the sediment. Looks
and there's
like.
something bright blue in the sediment. Lots of green in the sediment. That's good. I think we're looking at ultramafic material.
Looking at some olivine,
Yeah, well, serpentine.
serpentine.
It's the right color, at least.
Sean, shrimp don't have those shows for updated. The front pictures, shrimp don't have those. That's a crap.
I think it's just one lobster or something like that, or maybe a crab. It's hard to tell.
Let's look at the. Let's look at this guy again.
It's that one. It's here. That one. It's here, Monica. It's here. No.
Yeah, tell them to the right.
Just a bit to the right.
Huh? To the right?
Yeah. To the right.
Do I need to zoom out?
Here.
Oh yes, still there. Okay, awesome.
It's like a small spider below the rock.
Oh yeah, there he is. Okay. All right.
Very little.
This is something that we saw on the first dive and we couldn't identify it with our books and stuff that we have, so
Well, he's kind of in the dark there. And that's as far as we can zoom. It's a very
Okay.
small critter.
It's
it is very small. Okay. Thank you very much for trying.
All right.
no idea.
I'd like to take another rock when we get to midpoint 4.
All right. Straighten up here. that guy real quick.
Beautiful.
Well, that's a pretty one. Give a little zoom on that guy. Oops. All right.
Alright, we gotta step to this a little bit.
Some other guy hiding in the rock. If we're stuck sitting here for a bit, we can pick up a rock.
Oops. Sorry.
Yeah, any of them. Something reasonable size. Like the one in the top right of the slide panel.
I want to fly over there, some kind of distance away.
There's a little crabby thing. Is that a crab or a lobster?
Okay. So rock.
Yeah. Let me just get a little
Oh,
bit.
yeah, the one right on the bottom left of the screen is mine too.
Okay.
Any of those at the bottom around the sponge?
Yeah.
People?
Alright, you can pour it over this over. Let me,
I think I will take another water sample while we're sitting around. Oh wait, no, you're taking a rock sample. I will wait until you're done with the rock sample.
If you want.
It's a little less confusing that way.
I can,
Yeah?
I can log my rock sample quickly, so just let me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we can do the fluid sample now if you want.
Okay,
I
you
can
got.
also log two things at once on two
Okay.
different screens. So
Alrighty. I guess we're gonna do a fluid sample.
HFS.
Let me. Let's see. One, two already selected. Okay, turn my pump on. Okay, pump is turning. This will be time we got 0330. What is this number? 09. Okay. And this will be. It'll be piston 2, P2.
Unfiltered piston.
Unfiltered. And we're at 2032. And
started already, right?
I am just starting it now. There we go.
pumps just stopped. What's going on with that? Well, I don't see any water coming out. Stop that guy. Huh. I'm just gonna stop and restart it. That is not working, so I'm gonna switch to a different one. We'll still call it the same sample number, if that's okay. We're going to change it to a different piston, because that one didn't seem to move.
Do you have a specific rock you prefer?
Oh, no
You
comms.
lost the comms.
It's the comms just went away. Yep.
Do you still need me or not, Dave? Should I go to
You're okay, you can go to bed.
Okay, okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fully ready.
All right, good. Thank you.
Good luck. Thanks. Or you can go.
Yeah, we're having this problem where the little serial comms just stop periodically.
So you're
It's
not
not-
taking the sample then?
If it comes back, here it comes again.
Do you want me to restart?
Oh, poor sponge.
Ooh, we got a good chunk of sediment with
Way
it.
bigger than expected.
That is bigger than I thought. That's cool. Look at that big rock. We have room for it on this side.
Okay.
Did you go? We just turned something on.
Hi, tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how
it's-
it shows that it doesn't go.
Well, so it's having other issues. It's not really the sampler. It's a sub communication one. So sometimes we just lose communication and this turns red over here. And it'll just say no comms.
Alright, can
And
you turn it 180 degrees?
nothing in particular is causing it, as far as I can tell. Sometimes when they're using the arm, it seems to cause a
Perfect.
problem.
Alright, can we put that in bio box 1A?
Rock box or catalyze?
Bio box,
But,
because I think it's too big for a rock box.
You can see the pump turning,
Yes, yeah.
and
Porch out. Porch out.
the last one I tried, it didn't get any flow out of there, but I'm just trying another one right now. See if that comes out.
Might want to clean up just a little bit. I'm not sure it's going to clear that.
Oh, yeah, now we're getting some. I'm not sure what happened with the other one. Now we're getting the shimmering water. See,
Ah, yeah, I see
shimmering
that
water
side.
coming out of there. Yeah, so that's working now. I don't know what happened to the other one, but
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be on the lab. But if you want
oh, okay,
to change on your phone.
okay. Thanks.
No, but it's not going very fast.
Okay, so we are getting piston 3 now.
Piston 3.
Yeah. I had to switch over to a
it's
different
sitting on
one.
the back one. Oh, no.
One of the back bio boxes is fine.
Alright, well, let's see. Would you prefer? We can see if we can put it in the front one. It's just catching on the back one, so it's not opening all the way.
Yeah, can we try
Okay.
the back one then?
All right.
Or you can just try to toss it in there.
If you think we can get
If
it
we
in.
lose it, it's not a big deal because there's tons around.
Yeah, you can probably slide it in if you spin it. Like, you think, yeah, you go. Go down a little bit. There we are. Might be able to get that in there.
It's easier to put it in the feed or in the field, but
It's pretty big.
it's pretty big. You guys got a really big rock.
It just, yeah, that went out.
I mean, you can try.
We got
You
some,
could also
we
drop
got
it
some
and
water
pick
on
up a
that.
smaller one if that helps you guys.
No, it's back.
Yeah, let's just do bigger robots.
It's
Let's
back.
just do bigger
It's okay.
robots.
Is it something you can continue feeding or?
Yeah, I think so. We'll try it. Yeah. Is that going again? Yeah, there it goes again. With this, it doesn't matter so. I mean, you have to run the flush pump in the beginning for sure. You know, to get everything out of there and get your water sample. But
Which one would you prefer?
once
Yeah, no, I
you start
don't
taking
Which one
it,
is
if the flush pump stops or
Wherever
isn't
you put
running,
it, I'm happy.
you can still take the sample.
I love that.
And I don't know. I'm not saying that you should do that. But,
That's on here, so Bob on street, so I don't know. However, yours.
You'll get a little lost. Lower up there. If the key is.
You're on the front, yeah. Garage.
That will be a fun one.
It's going on and off. It stopped again.
Okay.
Just the communication went off again. And
All
now
right.
it's back on.
We'll just say it's done. We
Okay.
don't need that much. So, all right.
What's your max temperature?
Oh, it is. Temperature was 3.3.
And average is the same?
Same, yep.
And volume?
Volume was 468.
Is that, what do you want me to do?
No, it's fine. It's the same line. Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah, okay. Let's just leave it and then.
Yeah. Not make it complicated.
Okay.
okay. We've taken some samples, and now we're gonna keep on moving. We're going across this slope.
Alright. Wow, that means lighter.
Huh.
As quickly as the things come off, it's too bad.
Start weighing it down so we can't get it back up. Is there like a max payload?
Yeah, but I couldn't tell you the result. Worst case, I'll just bring it up with that.
Well, we're moving across the slope to the south.
I'll leave you for a bit. Okay. So I guess all these little humps and bumps are just these blocky talus piles. Something on there. Sponge.
Very big sponge.
Super sponge.
Ah.
Toilet sponge.
What's that? Probably wondering why his house.
Yeah.
I think they want their straddle trying to hang on. So you have to do this.
All of these little things are little piles that we see.
Okay. Yeah.
That's all of this kind of texture.
Yeah. A sediment in between.
Yeah. So I think we're getting across to the sediment right now.
Yeah. Waypoint 4 is just nothing. It's just a mark on the side of the hill. So we could
This
jump
could be a
across
bit
to the
more
other.
steep or I don't know, I'm happy to cross as much ground as possible. If we have time after we do the last waypoint, this is maybe the slopes are here.
Yeah.
I think I'll go across this to see.
Yeah. We could target that. We'll see that curvy bit.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be a waypoint. I don't see that.
I just got the waypoints from Jackson. This one. It's okay.
Either
It's,
that it was just slightly off or something.
it's just so that I can orient myself in where we are. So.
Yeah.
This stuff I don't know is going to be. I like to skip scarps, but I don't know if I need to go all the way over here. Just here. So now, it's interesting to see if there's some from this side or on this side, it probably is the same. So if we go from here and cross and just come up here, halfway between 6 and 7.
Cross it over here.
Well, sorry, now that I take us here, but I just need to keep seeing the back instead.
should probably get out of here and send it over to you guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
Are you, so can you show me where the other is that you, like, just in the middle here, basically?
I was, these are where I was sort of.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
to
it's
go.
right on top of there. Okay.
Yeah, so you might have known, but I want to make that thing.
Yep.
I'm just gonna go. That, which we kind of did, and we're going down that way.
Let's see, where's the kind of here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's some
correct.
stuff. That's what you were just showing us. I don't know, I mean, it's some big steps, I don't know what it is. We don't have to go there. There's not much here except it's really, I mean, it's really smooth sediment with those little outcrops of
This
loose
could
stuff.
be why it would be maybe useful to start with a bit later until you get the highest quality map, because you really, like, the difference between the one they gave me 15 minutes before this one was nights and days, you really start to see.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we can see the correlated for if it's all sediment, just
Unless it's like a more subtle type.
and then maybe I don't know how good is the map on the map. I just think we should see the stripes also, but
It's cool work.
5.
I mean, up here, I'm guessing this is all organic.
Full port recipes.
This sort of has this
Thinking of hungry. Yeah.
bridge or something, maybe? Question mark?
oh, we know that we got it. Well, we should still
We're
be
still
on
in
the
sediment, yeah. Yeah, I think this could be the most interesting part, just to see if it's volcanics on top of alternates. We've picked up some clearly alternating rocks. I'm saying purely alternating, watch me be wrong. But like, there's green specks.
It looked different.
There was green specks.
Yeah, there were definitely green
So,
specks in there. Yeah,
optimistic.
yeah.
So it's definitely worthwhile if you're seeing all this. Just, what do you think, Tamara? Do you think it's worthwhile?
I actually think it would be nice to count these out, but I mean, we don't need to go. I don't know what
It is-
volcanic feature there
It's
is.
extensional going this way, so
Yeah, I
if
think
there
it
is
is
fluid
great.
flow, maybe, but.
It's worth going
I
through
don't
there, I
think it
guess.
would consume
It's
too much
probably
time.
more interesting in this sedimentation culture of one of the
This is like all of the same orientation too, so there's definitely a lot of like.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Alright.
Maybe as it was thrusted up, or something to do with coupling along this transform. Okay.
So we could cut back across to the east.
Yep. Yeah, we can just go to waypoint 6, but I really want to hit this little guy, but I think we will. We go straight across.
Are we now at 4 or 5?
We are, so mine is 1 off.
Oh,
so
yours
we're
is
at
off.
4,
Okay,
yeah.
that's good. But we are here.
We are right in this little sediment saddle. And if we go straight this way, it's going to be all sediment here. If we go slightly southwest, it will be a little bit more left
Do you still want to rock it? 3.4?
or southwest. Let's see what the rocks there look like.
This is this right here.
Yeah. Let's see if there's anything cool.
Yeah, this is another bamboo flow up ahead that we do a sample.
You want to sample it?
There was a question a while back about, sorry, I hope the person who asked it is still around, about whether we've discovered any evidence of venting on any of the CTD
If we pick up the
surveys.
coral, then we'll pick up a rock as well.
And
Alright.
Well, we certainly did back at the Puydefol seamount or volcano site on the ridge, on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, back at 20.5 south or north. Sorry, there were some big signals there. Up here at the Kane Mid-Atlantic Ridge Kane intersection, we've seen some very faint evidence of plumes, very faint, and not many hits. So we've looked for ORP or redox potential signals, and there's been very few. Tiny bit of particle signal, and we've measured up in the water column some excess methane and hydrogen.
Can we put the piece of coral in a quiver?
Sure.
Yes.
Do you recall how much for the CTD today? Was there much methane or hydrogen in
No
the water?
methane and 6 nanomolar of hydrogen at 1850 meters.
Okay.
But it wasn't like an obvious hit somewhere. There were
Yeah.
just 2 bottles that were a little bit elevated above the other ones. And
Okay.
the base is like 2 nanomolar, what we typically measure.
Right.
And then some of them have a few nanomolar more. Yeah.
So there were not high levels of methane or hydrogen in any of the water column samples taken with the CTD. Maximum like 5 or 6 nanomolar compared to background, which is 1 to 2. However, we did find high levels in water samples taken right near the bottom on yesterday's dive, and we will analyze the ones that we're taking today for the same thing. We got 100 to 250 nanomolar hydrogen and 20 to 50 or so nanomolar methane. So we're still looking for sources of fluid. I am gonna sign off and hand this over to Tamara Baumberger, and Melissa Anderson is right behind here. She's collecting the rock samples and doing geology. And
Cool. Can we just go down the length of the branch?
Yep.
I'm just not seeing any nodes, and if there's no nodes, this might not be a species rock.
Tamara has both a geology background and a geochemistry background. She specializes in gas chemistry recently, working on helium and helium isotopes and methane and a bunch of other gases. So she'll be continuing the dive until we have to come up in the morning and probably taking some more samples. So thanks for watching. Hope you enjoy the rest of the dive, and I hope we find some interesting ultramafic rocks over here, and maybe some more interesting volcanic features on the other side of the fault. Okay, good night.
What is it?
All right. So you can, just write, the basics of each sample in here, the depth and the time, the depth, and the usual.
Did
So
you do like a certain, like every hour or every half hour, or
it was more every time we'd move to a slightly different location, I would take another sample. We've got plenty of samples left. However, it's having some calm issues, so
I'd probably find Kevin if I don't manage. So
yeah,
probably try them.
it's not any of the usual problems we've had. It's something to do with the actual serial data link.
And is it like just going off and on
Okay,
randomly,
no
or do we
sample,
have to
no
do
bio,
something
no geo,
here?
let's
It's
just
just
wait
waiting
this way.
until it
Just
goes
wait
on.
on it comes
Yeah.
back. So sometimes it seems like it has to do with other activity that the vehicle's doing, like moving the arms and stuff. But I don't really know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, just to let
anyway,
And what time do we have to come up to get up to the board?
we're supposed to be up
move in that direction for a while.
by by 6 on deck and ready to go at 6:30.
Okay.
So
Approximately around 2,000.
you can check with them about what time to leave the bar.
Yeah. So 5:30.
Probably.
Yeah.
And then got to be back to where the AUV's coming up by 7.
And do you want the Niskin models all fired? Because somebody, I think Cam mentioned, like, did you fire them all last time? Like, we didn't even think about it, so.
We can fire, yeah, we could use those instead of the fluid sampler too, it's just for what we're doing. They're just as good, they're a little bit higher up the bottom, but otherwise. Those work. Yeah, fire those. Oh, I forgot, also we have, these chemistry filters to take.
Oh, what are these?
They're just,
So which bottles are what? You have it here.
pistons 1 to 7.
Mm-hmm.
Bags there,
Yeah.
RNA filter. I don't know if they even want RNA filters, but I suppose we could try taking them. Except the pumps probably won't run long enough to get them. Maybe it's and these. I don't know if you have a chance. Just pump 1,000 or something like that. 1,000 mils.
And these guys also, or how many?
When they
minutes
take
with
them, they like 3 liters. It
Oh my gosh,
Takes
this-
like,
okay,
takes like
this,
20 minutes. So
Oh, that one, did you see that?
with the comms cutting out, it might be hard. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the Sabrina who would work with that?
yeah, Sabrina, if you can ask Sabrina.
Yeah.
Totally. So,
Okay.
let's ask her now.
Yeah.
So we're rocks good. I like rocks. Ooh, big rocks.
That's probably. That's
Other guys just let me know that we're starting. It is in my southeast. It's more like a test. So, no problem.
she might.
Something with them.
I can take one and try it next time when we stop. Probably on the OCC side. Okay.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
pretty good. I'd like to see it a little more.
Little more, something.
Slide or something.
It's all kind of.
All those, Jeff Carson showed me this. I couldn't dive with it. He showed me where a lost city.
Hello, it's Tamara here. I'm taking over from Dave, from the chief scientist, so that he gets a few hours of sleep before the ROV is coming back on deck, and he's has to be working and planning the next days and our next activities, and find out what we saw today and summarize everything. So we were just discussing where to take fluid samples in the remaining parts of the dive. So we will be taking about 15 more samples just spread over the next few hours, so to get an idea of what the dissolved gas concentrations are along the seafloor here, if we see differences between the western side where we have the ocean core complex and with the ultramafic rocks that can get serpentinized by the seawater, and the difference between the volcanic rocks on the more eastern side. Yeah, so I'll be running these samples for methane and hydrogen concentrations tomorrow morning once we are getting back on deck.
The pink coral?
Yeah.
Let me spin around the Jupiter pink coral.
Okay.
We'll save all the exciting stuff for this week's recording.
Well, that's all right. That's fine. These rocks, I think.
See you tomorrow.
sit down and clear this out for
Right.
you, Monica. Don't worry about it. I'll clear it out. Don't worry.
Filter feeders like, ugh.
So we,
Now that we've got a sense of what is where, we should try to like just cover a lot of ground. It's not like I need a lot of blocks here. Like if we see really, I'd like to sample the alternative, presumably alternative stuff we'll get over here, but I don't need anything. Do you have a feeling of where we are right now? We're in the center, or just coming right down there. So we just came through all that stuff from that one right there, and I asked them to hit this thing. So, and there it is. Sample. Because why
our position currently, we are still on the ocean core complex side. Like the western side of the detachment fault. So we are now heading down again towards the detachment fault, and then we'll move somewhat into the volcanic side, and then turn around and cross the detachment fault another time and climb up the slope of the ultramafic side again. And on the way, while we're doing this, we're going to pick up some rock and we're going to collect some fluid, and we look at the biology. Right now we're just waiting to have a clear view again, to clear everything out, and then we'll move forward.
How badly do you want to see this coral? Wait a this one. That's a big wait of this one. Oh, there it is.
Yep. It'll keep clearing as soon as I get it.
The sediment adds like a woody vibe to the whole thing. Reminds me of foam.
Is that going to be a sample or just probe?
Potentially is
Yeah.
sample,
Yep.
just need sample is ready.
Yep.
Not
On
writing
our-
anything down.
yeah. Yeah. Right now we can't see, so.
Are we close?
So once our view clears out a little
No, we're
bit,
not close enough for some just yet. There's a lot of rocks in the way. So no.
we will decide if we're gonna collect sample here or not.
Essentially what I'm looking for is to see if there is, like there was knobs on the chlorine, which can be very characteristic of this surface soft coral species called Lexaridae. And what I'm looking for is to see if those bumps are in a very zigzag pattern.
Zigzag bumps.
They look zigzag bumps,
Yeah.
but if not, we could be verging on maybe hard coral there.
If there's any sampling, then just this page and this page and this you don't. And then feel free to take off from there.
Is that the farthest you can get it?
From here, but yeah, I can scoot up a little bit.
Well, it looks like it's kind of not hard. It kind of looks like it, doesn't it? I think it might be. All right, so no sample for this. This is a hard coral, I believe, a bubblegum coral potentially.
So this potentially a bubblegum coral, but we decided to not sample this one.
This is an exciting find, so thank you.
Okay. Good. Yeah. All right. Then we can move on towards the next waypoint. So we are making our way down again towards the detachment fault. So the dive plan shows, so we are basically moving from overall from north to south, and by doing that we are having a little bit of a zigzag pattern. So we are crossing the detachment fault several times and always climb up the slopes on each side, like the volcanic side and the ultramafic side a little bit. So we still see mostly sediments here with some of the rock blocks mixed in. So now we're getting into the flatter area again from the detachment fault. And again, we see one of these little ripple ridges here.
first one. Sure, I don't know. Maybe I'll just see that. I'll just- let me go over there.
So we didn't sample. You know. We can speed up a little bit here.
Yeah, you can turn the camera
Okay.
off sometimes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
Oh, we're already at the bottom. Cool.
Yeah, we just got it in the flat part just like maybe a minute ago or something. Yeah.
alright, so we're coming up on that first little
The first ridge
vertical
there,
ridge,
yeah.
Potentially a dike. Which is where lava comes up along the crack to the seafloor.
So on the bathymetry maps, we see something like a little ridge right here. So something
what's
sticking
this?
out. So we
Will you look at the light colors?
wanna see, yeah. So we wanna see what it is in at the seafloor, how it actually looking like. So it might be a dike intrusion, or yeah, or some rocks, volcanic rocks. So we will see what we're gonna see. And here now we are just looking at this white area, but it doesn't actually look like it's indicating any floor or anything. It might be actually biotubation. Actually, yeah, it might be from biotubation. So we can move on here.
There's the ridge.
So now we see some rocks in the distance here.
Can we pen upwards with the science camera by any chance? Okay. Can we get a sample on top of it?
Okay.
Can we get a sample on top of it?
I'll also be taking a fluid sample after we collected the rock. So.
Okay.
So we're gonna do a stop here to collect a rock sample, and afterwards we will also fill up one of our fluid bags, so a fluid sample.
Preferably something right on the very top.
Yeah, just take my record.
Yeah.
Can you turn to Stephen's for a minute? Turn the speed up. Which one? Forward. First are caught bars in the right. I mean, our colleagues are and it would be for about 8. Consider it 75 to the bottom of the max. No, that's just when it comes in and it's straight away. Both of them come in. Thanks, yeah. Alright. That's better.
So we're collecting rocks from different areas here, and once we get back on deck, we're gonna take them from the ROV and put them in our lab where we look at, where we describe the rocks just visually. So look at them, try to break pieces off so that we have a fresh surface. Look at it under a microscope to describe what we visually can see. Then once we are at home, we're also going to run them for the geochemical composition. And depending on the composition, it will tell us about its formation history.
That rock is it might be our secret. The brands and the
Yeah, it's not loose.
Where's my pencil?
Oh, I stole it, probably, yes.
Nothing too big.
So we're setting up now for rock sampling using the starboard arm.
Ah,
Not too big.
perfect.
Where would you like it?
In rock box 1A, I'd like to take a couple pictures first.
All right.
Okay.
We're gonna move it down.
That's good. I don't want it too zoomy right now. Just hold it right there for 1 second. Okay. Thank you.
Watch out for it. We'll try it. Happy with that?
Excellent.
What's that?
Yay!
Break.
Okay. sample?
Yes, I had no comms, but actually it's coming back right now.
I can log
So,
it for you.
it's back. So I'm trying now. So it's gonna be back 23.
You are HFS 11.
HFS 11, yes, back 23, and that is unfiltered. Let me see. So I'm on position.
Start.
No, it didn't work.
You like another rock, or is that?
I'm doing a fluid sample, but I'm having like the comms are going on and off, so it's a bit of a slow process right here. Okay, it started.
Should we sit here while that happens, or is this something that we fly with?
Okay, now it's okay. We could sit. It's only 450 ml. It shouldn't take too long. I'm saying that because the comms tend to go off when we do too many things at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
So
Good point. How many bags do you have?
let me count. 7 bags and 7 pistons in total. Yeah, I can see some fluid going through, so that should be working. It's good.
Just give a little bit of the forward rock again.
Right there. Oh, yeah. I did not see that.
Can we zoom and pan on some bio while we're waiting for food? There's a little like lobster poking out of the rock.
All right, fluid sample is done.
Okay. 407. What's the time right now?
Yeah. And home.
Okay. Huh?
407. What did you say? 407.
For the end time.
Yeah.
Oh, 420.
20. Yeah, something.
Sorry, it was just not reloaded.
Yeah, 424. Then the temperature was 3.2, and average also 3.2,
And volume?
and volume 450.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, then I'm done with the fluid sampling, so we can move on.
Rate waypoints.
We're still on the way to, yeah. Excellent, thanks.
So hold on, I'm gonna get the height. So what is our depth right now? We are
2067.
2067? Okay. I'm just gonna note it when we get off.
So now we are continuing crossing over the detachment fault, and then we are moving up on the eastern side again, so that's the volcanic side.
Yes, we'll be continuing. So that's about 2073.
2073?
Yep.
Good, good.
So once it starts going down, you should not. So.
What's he growing on? Oh, is that hydrite? Yeah, is that with the little
Is there like a spider behind it, or oh, urchin?
oh, awesome.
So now we're zooming on a hydrite. Taking some beauty shots here.
This is amazing to organic. No, it looks like a plant, so it's okay. I mean, the middle kind of cool. How do sponges reproduce? Do they also have like polyps?
Sponges. Sponges reproduce asexually and sexually. I think usually like asexually is more common.
Nice.
Okay. Very happy.
Yes, we're good.
Sometimes it would be really inward. Just looks like there's a spot. John, you can pick a more comfortable chair if you want. You look like you're fading. You can also go to bed if you want.
So now we move over the sediment for a bit, and then we climb up on the eastern side.
No, it's a fish. What about the giant squid? What about giant squid? How deep can you go? I think we need to open like a video. Yeah, you don't know all these fun facts that you're asking about. But you have to prepare yourself for kids asking these questions.
Yes, I guess so.
research engine. It's good. What's your favorite dinosaur?
Okay, that's like similar than before, like the stop we just had where we took a rock. So we are moving over that one. These deposits also still look like the motorcycle.
Yeah.
And all the outside together with the other ones.
That's a good observation.
You want more sides? No. No. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Let's keep our eyes peeled and see if we see any deploys.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have a series of little scarps that are going up.
Yeah.
I don't see very.
So now we are slowly starting our climb up on the eastern side of the detachment fault.
Oh, look at all the little scarp.
Sorry. I'm distracted.
There's some things that look like
Heading
pillows
to the
here.
east.
What's that?
No, it's good. They're heading to the east.
Yeah.
Can I pan up a little bit again on my side? Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely
Look like,
pillows here.
yeah.
Yep.
Just wanted to mention now it's looking more pillowy again, like pillow fractures we're seeing here with the crust or the typical crust they have.
Okay, here's the bottom of this scarp. We're gonna just like scrape the corner of this. Well, I guess the big one is still further ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't need a sample of any of this. these pillow flows.
Yeah. So now we have the pillows again back in the volcanic lava deposits here. And still some sediments covering some of it. So we're climbing up. We're right now at 2,055 meters. So we go a little bit higher up, and then we'll turn around again and go back to the detachment fort.
You know, it's purely for entertainment purposes, but I like using it as the ground truth is, so not just making symbols on the line, but really like what this is morphology is. Especially since we can only cover such a small area with an ROV 5, it's just really fun. Okay. We need some classical music playing.
Hmm.
Potentially similar to coral really fast.
The right one?
Which one? Yeah.
It's just gonna talk like that. I don't know if we're still looking at the same thing.
Using that for me tomorrow?
Let's do a little bit more.
Using that for me tomorrow?
Say again?
Using it.
Oh, sorry.
Ooh, quick zoom.
Well, so,
Hold on.
just saying that wasn't me.
Ooh, what's that?
What's that?
We're looking at the coral, right? The top in the middle or the top in the right? Top in the middle. That's just a sponge on there? Yeah.
Eggs in it.
Default.
Layers.
The same.
Okay. Okay, starting over here.
What's this big deal? Skeleton's not a dune arm. No.
Okay, so yeah, okay, that's great actually.
Is that-
We're still looking at a hydrocoral, I think.
Oh, okay. So you're good? Zoom out again, or?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
we're good. Yep.
Yep.
Thanks. Very much.
Got to start charging for these biology zooms.
Yeah, really.
Oh, what's on the rock at the top? Is it a
That looks like another little catty boy.
We're about to put a auto, put a manual.
Is it a barnacle?
Oh, wow.
Oh.
What am I looking at
Oh,
here?
whoa. I can't really see what's coming out
Yeah.
of the tentacles because it looks like
Yep.
it's the other side. It could be like a stoloniferous coral where it like encrusts on other things, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a barnacle only because barnacles usually have like these sweeping kind of like tentacle motion that collects particles. It's not usually stagnant like that. So I would say my guess is stoloniferous coral or some kind of like small anemone or something like that. That's my guess.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
We'll call it bio. Just like you call geology just substrate. It's a burden. I do. I know you do. Not in disrespect, but it's still around it. So I don't think we're going
So-
straight up the hill.
What's that?
Skirt around it.
What's that?
I don't think we're gonna go straight up that hill yet. We're gonna kind of
Okay.
skirt around it. Approach it from another side.
So our biologist said it was not a barnacle, but we couldn't really see what it is just from the angle of the camera that we had.
Drop off that. Yeah, it is. You still want to go on to waypoint 5 though?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So well, we could just deploy the AUVs and go do other
Right,
stuff.
that's the ROV on the move.
Two AUVs at a
Yes.
time. But these guys maybe. That's
So while we are doing these ROV operations here, we are also having some AUVs in the seawater, and they're currently mapping other region of Kane Fracture Zone, like where we will be diving and working on in the next few days. So the AUVs are always a step ahead of us of our dives, so to generate very good bathymetric maps, and also so that we understand what features we want to look at the seafloor, trying to understand the geology, and then use the ROV dives to actually look at it with cameras to see and collect some samples to correlate what we see on bathymetric maps and how it's actually looking like at the seafloor and how the chemistry plays into all this. And we also always mix in some CTD casts. So during the CTD cast, we collect some sensor data of the water column, looking for anomalies in particles. And here in these areas, the typical hydrothermal vents, they actually have a very clear fluid, so they're very alkaline. They do not have like iron sulfides or anything that makes up the black smoke typically. So particles is not a very good indicator here. So we go more for chemical anomalies in these type of vents. So we would look at our ORP, that's the oxidation reduction potential sensor, to see if it has some reduced particles in or reduced components in the water column, like hydrogen or iron 2 or hydrogen sulfide. And so the ORP sensor then can pick these anomalies up. And whenever we want, we can also collect a water sample with our Niskin bottles that are mounted on the CTD rosette. And these water bottles then we typically analyze for pH, methane and hydrogen here on board. And we also take subsamples to run more analysis once we are back home. But like the AUV maps, the CTD sampling, they're typically to try to find a target for a good ROV dive. A lot of ripples here. And
It doesn't have a brain, so how can that be an animal?
Communicants are actually the closest related to us.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that does say something.
What is that? I mean, if we were able to get even closer, then that might help, but otherwise we can just move on.
Let's
Maybe
move on.
closer.
No, let's move on. We got
Okay.
a lot of ground covered.
Just like the
We're
reefs.
charging for the biozooms now, so $10 a zoom.
Our map will go off with another. The map is still quite distance from the map. Pretty close. At least our maps are pretty far off from the. Oh, right. Yeah, like my map is almost at. Oh, remember
So
our map?
if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
look at wherever we're seeing this hook up, you can see it's right along this little bitty scarps. Now we can map out all of the scarps. Just look at it. Very old pillows. Gotta get one that moves that I think on some pretty yellow seafloor. For comparison. Well, we're on a slow scroll.
so now we have the pillow lavas again here,
Our
covered by sediments.
We are 14 and a half kilometers from the spreading center, and we spread at a rate of, do you know the average spreading rate here?
Here?
Google is our friend, 2 to 5 centimeters per year. So you can do math. Sorry. We spread at a rate, let's say 2 centimeters a year. And we are 14.5 kilometers spreading center. So how many years did it take to get this far away?
Okay, now we have a bit less sediment and more lava flows here. Still covered with a good amount though. It's not like fresh.
Yep.
Okay, then looks good. So we can turn towards waypoint 6 now.
Okay.
Also.
We're gonna head southwest to 6. Okay. Where's your ROV?
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a heads up. We're gonna be changing direction again, heading towards waypoint 6, towards the southwest.
Ooh,
Did you see the pillow?
I was wondering, yeah.
What's up?
We're good, I'm just moving over here. Enjoying my
It does look
institution.
beautiful here, yeah.
Can I get one?
What would you like?
Just a piece of rock that's not too big, please.
We're gonna stop in there for a sample before we head south.
I'm gonna turn over to that little somewhat open area so it's easier to sit, safer to sit down. You can get like anything over here.
And now do,
You can get like anything to sit down. It's somewhat there.
5 centimeters here, then you have the gauges.
That's I can't really get this to try. We'll sit here, see what we got, and then if I need to come down a little bit, we can do it all.
Sorry.
Wherever it's easier for you to
There
see.
you go.
You want to see what we got back here? I can sit right there, maybe. Just sit kind of perched, so pull hard enough to get it, but not too hard.
Taking a fluid sample by so I'm starting it.
Starting
Yeah.
this, that's fine. Are you logging in or should I? I can log.
Okay.
Okay, tell me when you start.
I will.
Right now?
Not yet.
Okay.
No comms.
Is there enough blocky stuff around here to pick up? I guess so, on the right.
We're gonna check, see what we got.
Actually, comms just stopped. So I'm not sure if it was a good idea. Maybe I just should wait. Yeah, I think you should just do it. So we are setting up for a rock sample here. I also tried to take a fluid sample, but I have some issues with the communications. So I'll wait until we are done with the rock sample and then try again.
Let's turn way off, hold on. I think it's not a whole lot of rocks. Try this another one.
These are the best in situ colors I've used. Yeah. Pretty convincingly coherent about that.
Oh, so that's good. There we go, so that's not. Try to establish contact report on that.
That would be great. glassy, but I know how.
Yeah.
It's like a glass.
Whatever it is that's coming out is not done right now. Okay. So we can console it. So we'll have to see what we have.
Use
Barely.
glasses.
I got my first look at it, see what we
Around stables.
Let's see if we shot that down like this.
I prefer something blocky over something crusty.
Something blocky over crusty?
Yes.
Okay. So those are all crusty right there.
Those are all pretty crusty, so maybe on the,
Top?
or on the, like, something over here. If you go down a
Okay.
little bit and to the left, there's a couple potential things. Maybe something like that. It's
Alright.
maybe still a bit crusty, but we can try that guy.
What's that? You're clear. Alright. Right in that area?
Yes, not the flat ones, but the chunky ones.
You wanna reach all the way over there?
If it can't reach, there might be something on the right.
Alright.
Maybe the one behind that one. That one's, yeah.
Hi.
That guy there. Yes.
Too long.
And then move over.
It's too far.
Bring your arm up a little bit.
He's gonna move just a little bit, see if we can get over
You can move over, or you want to look for another one? What do you want?
Can you pan all the way to the right? There's a couple good targets all the way, all the way, all the way. Something, like this chunky guy there? Can you reach all the way to the right there?
That little guy? Right there?
He's a little guy.
Put the left laser on. That little bitty guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it super bitty? That's
So we're going
that,
for
oh, that is really bitty. Oh,
that's
no.
very small though.
Too small. See,
Yeah.
I can't tell scale with the lasers.
So we're trying to find a good option for a rock sample here. And we
Okay, a crusty guy in the middle. It's like we sat down in the one place that everybody could pick it up. Reasonable. Oh yeah, big crusty guy then.
That's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Can we move that? Can it be difficult?
What are you thinking?
Something blocky but not crusty. The size of my fist. Literally, whatever you see.
Go up and forward a little bit.
Yeah, maybe on the other side of this pillow.
so we're repushing.
No, you're fine.
So just want to reposition a bit. There. So we're going to reposition a bit for to set up again for rock sampling.
You see anything over here you like?
Maybe. Yeah, so like this guy here is good.
Oh, way up there?
Some of the chunky ones in here could be good. That chunky one over there.
Alright.
I don't want just the crust, so that's my only criteria here. reach this chunky bed here?
Real quick. Alright, we're good. So this guy, left laser, how about that guy right there?
Correct. Yeah, that would be great.
Alright.
It's pretty far. We can try something. What are you?
Scale one.
What is that?
Oh, scale one.
Scale ones? Ooh. I've never seen one swim.
Perfect skill.
Oh, swimmer.
Oh, that's
Starts with a T, right?
tennis.
I got one of those names.
In the middle there? That's probably still attached.
Right there. Left laser. Hopefully.
Come on, that can't be stuck too. Why do I always pick the stuck ones? Wiggle the tooth. Look how oxidized it is as soon as he scratches it.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you can grab. I'm
Lowering the bar.
I have impatience now. Whatever you can grab.
Does it need to be very big?
This size,
Like,
preferably.
yeah.
Will these work right here in the center of the screen?
Yeah. Any of those are loose. So oxidized, wow.
Do you have a preference?
At least it
Nope.
looks loose, huh?
Just pick up whatever you can. So oxidized.
Mhm.
Oh, almost. Look how old this lava is.
Yeah,
It's like,
it's all oxidized. So.
well, hopefully with the chunky boy, we'll have something fresher in the middle of it. You wanna come on with us, don't you? There's a shrimp. Shrimp wants to be sent. The shrimp is being very territorial. Oh, the poor shrimp. It's like.
It's so cute.
You think he's being friendly? Yay! Go on. One rock box,
Excellent.
one bee, please.
One B.
One bee.
You want a picture first or no?
Yes, please.
You have to come with me. Stay over the lot box. You gotta run it back there.
Okay, so that worked out nicely. So we are taking a few photographs of the samples
Perfect.
before we store it away.
Just drop it in the rock box, actually, it's fine. Yay. Thank you.
Wait, okay.
Can you take off?
I want to take a fluid sample. However, my comms are going on and off. So
Yeah, mine-
right now they're actually off. So it,
Yeah, mine.
okay,
Yeah, ours as well.
same side of okay. So yeah, let's move on, and I'll take a fluid later when it looks more stable again. Mm-hmm.
There. I'll turn down to the south.
Towards waypoint 6, please. Yeah.
I love that they say Roger that. I'm listening to your phone.
Hmm?
I like that they say Roger that. Now I'm gonna start using that in my daily life.
something following me down, getting like real close to about 15 years. You just circle and circle. Just staying just slightly ahead of this.
Whatever you want. Sure.
Okay. I'm a little hungry and a little thirsty, so I'm gonna take a break, and Melissa is taking over.
What kind of speed y'all want?
As fast as you can. I want to see a ROV speed record.
Boat can't keep up.
So I try to take more fluids once it comes a bit more stable.
Okay. You got it? All right, hello everybody who's joining online. My name's Melissa Anderson. I'm an assistant professor of earth sciences at the University of Toronto, and I'm really excited about these rocks, and I hope you are too. We're going up a pretty steep scarp here, basically a vertical wall, and a lot of what we're seeing are different old, very old lava flows. So you can see some of the morphology of the flows. They look kind of rounded and bulbous, so we call those pillow flows.
Hey, this is Zach. Just like not just in the booth. But we're gonna start moving this out. Think about it. Here you go. Yesterday.
All right, there's not a lot of critters living on these rocks. And we're just coming up to the edge of what looks like a little ridge. And back up another steep scarp. Yeah, so earlier we saw some rocks that looked very large and blocky. And compared to those, these ones, we can still see some lava flow morphology. So every so often one of these blocks will look kind of rounded and we'll see some blocky pillows. On the other side of this little valley where we were a little while ago, a couple hours ago, we think that those rocks are actually intrusive, which means that the magma cooled underground and formed a more coarse-grained rock because those crystals had longer to grow, because when the rocks were cooling, when the magma was cooling, it cooled kind of slowly because it was insulated by all the surrounding rocks. So when a magma cools slowly, then we can actually form larger crystals. Compared to that, this stuff, ooh, nice face. There we go, some in situ stuff. Still setting land speed records though. water speed records. Nice pillow. So there you can really see some of those like round features. Those are big pillows. We're basically going up a slope, so we're getting a cross section of them. Okay. Water is vertical. So compared to that, these guys that we see here, all of these pillows, they're basically lava flows where the lava actually reaches the surface. And there's such a strong temperature contrast between that lava and the water that they crystallize very, very quick. The outside of the lava flow will actually build a crust of glass, basically, and form little tiny lava tubes that look like pillows. Some big pillows in the back there, and you can see some of the striations on the pillow surface, so that's where the lava's like extruding and extending. It's kind of like squeezing a tube of toothpaste. Really nice big pillows. Alright, so we're going to see a couple more pillow flows, I think, here, and then we're going to see a lot of sediment. Probably going to go pretty quick over the sediment. These creatures here, those are sponges. We haven't seen a lot of biology on this dive, but we do have biologist Monica Neufeld with us if anyone has biology questions. So if you are interested in seeing how these pillows form, there are some videos of lavas flowing offshore Hawaii, where some divers took some videos of the pillows as they formed. And there's also one deep sea volcanic eruption that the NOAA PMEL group actually observed. This was in the Lao Basin at the Mata volcano, and that video is available online as well. You can search for it, just submarine eruption or Mata volcano, M-A-T-A, and you can actually get a visual of how these things are forming. So a comment there's, I don't even know how to pronounce it, Aldrovandia. What's an Aldrovandia?
Is that what they're saying this is?
Yeah. Sponge?
Well, I thought it was a sponge.
That's a sponge. Yeah.
Sponge, yeah.
Ultravendia?
Aldrovandia. Alright, so we're going to see a lot of sediment for a little bit, which we're going to fly over really quickly because we really just want to see rocks. Oh, the fish was Aldrovandia. Okay.
We're currently 0.9, speed up to 1.
So as this ROV is moving, the ROV, it's a remotely operated vehicle, it's tethered to the ship, and there's a couple pilots sitting next to me here on the ship, and they're operating the vehicle as it's moving and controlling the manipulator arms. So if we want to move fast, we have to make sure the ship is keeping up with us. We're kind of like a dog at the end of a leash. Are you?
Looking into Alphabendia?
Yeah. It was the fish. And then there's a comment that Allovandria is a halosaur. And the sponge is Tetropleura. Yeah, I might not be saying these words correctly.
And I'll just like, I'm not gonna go before that. Just like-
Okay, I might have to look back at the comments later, because.
Does SuBastian work for Scooby Snacks? I don't know, J-Rod, do you work
Gummy
for
bears.
Scooby's? Gummy bears, he says. We can bribe him with gummy bears.
Very
Very
easy.
easily. He has a gummy bear tax.
Sounds exciting.
There's another little shrimpy. Somehow using those legs to swim, I don't get it. As I sit here with the biologist, as we've been seeing some different animals, I always go, "Oh, what's that? What's that?" And every single time it's a sponge, so I just assume everything is a sponge now.
This is a red swimming sponge.
A red swimming sponge, yes. An articulating red swimming sponge.
You said that in such a convincing way.
Yes. What matters is that you sound like you know what you're talking about. Oh, and by the way, I don't know anything about biology, so don't listen to me at all about biology. All right. We are looking at sediment. Lots of sediment. The interesting thing is that this sediment, when we zoom up on it, really looks like it's made of biological debris, rather than like pelagic sediment that settles out of the water column, or volcanic clastic sediment that's produced when there's a volcanic eruption. There is a comment that Albany sour gummy bears are the best for you.
It's pretty good.
They're pretty good, he says.
But the ones from AGB are the best.
AGB?
About the hair, sugar free. No, thank you.
Okay. Pretty flat. Every time we have just a little bit of a slope, we see these rocks exposed. And every time there's a rock exposed, then all the animals that like that hard substrate are growing on it. Some old dead coral, maybe, with a star on it. Sediment is just a future rock, yes. I would agree with that. Still not my favorite kind of rock, though.
John, can you take over with logging, please?
The rocks here almost look like a broken pavement. Someone said crinoid. Connor, who seems to be the first to identify things.
Did you want a bamboo?
Oh yeah, can I get a zoom on that? I don't.
All right, let's take a closer look at this guy here. Uh-oh, we fell off the rock. Oh no. That rock has some hair on it. That's a bamboo, yep. Are there nodes? We play I Spy. There's a little thing living on it.
Like little worms inside of it.
Little worms inside of it. Ooh.
Yeah, no, I don't think that is a bamboo.
It doesn't look like.
Not a bamboo is the consensus in the room.
You don't think it's a bamboo, do you?
Jason in Michigan says bamboo whip.
Bamboo what, sorry?
Yeah,
Bamboo
it kinda
whip?
looks like there's a node down there.
No, so what we're looking for is like a node that looks like a dark spot in the skeleton. So along the axis of the skeleton there.
That's like right there, closer to the base, and then about an inch up.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, so exactly like, yeah. Okay, possibly.
But I don't see them up higher.
Yeah.
Maybe
Maybe there.
right there in the center.
Yeah.
For the people online, can you hear when the biologist is making comments, or is that too quiet for you? Yeah, they're looking at the midway point and noticing some subtle looking
I
nodes.
think, can you give me 2 seconds just to look at a ID really quick?
Sure can.
Is that the top of the column there? Yeah.
I'm gonna get you closer to it.
Okay.
While you.
You can hear. Good. Okay, then I don't need to repeat everything.
I don't think it's a primnoid because they're not world.
So the ROV is just repositioning to get a little bit closer so we can get an even better zoom.
Maybe we should just take it.
The question is whether or not they want to sample this or not.
Sorry, you or for some?
I'm not taking samples on this.
So, I'm not sure I would have.
Good, I'm glad to hear the audio is better. So we're just gonna zoom in on it while they decide whether or not they like it enough. I think that they've agreed that the nodes are real, so bamboo coral, like everyone on the chat is saying. It's like crowdsourcing bio-identification.
So that's why I'm like, maybe we should just take it safe because if it is, then great.
Oh, interesting. Connor says the polyps look like it with the sclerites.
Yeah.
What is a sclerite?
So the sclerite is the inside of like the inside of a polyp, like basically the structure of the polyp. It's part of the skeleton.
Is it like pinky stuff?
Yeah, I think honestly, it's worth it.
Alright, let's sample it.
Yeah.
Just part of it or all of it?
So just part of it, just enough like a hand's worth.
One hand.
One hand. So like, yeah.
Where do you want this?
A quiver?
And a quiver probably. If you can, and if whatever's easiest for you.
Looks like we don't have anything in any quivers yet.
Nope.
So, cover for now. That's not all the way. Okay, out all the way. Can you start getting it out without
So we're currently at a water depth of 2,005 meters below sea level. We have gone up and down some scarps, but we haven't actually changed in elevation that much. Basically this is probably the highest point we've been at, and we've gone down maybe 100 meters lower than this. Monica, your sample number will be bio 13.
Thank you.
Lucky number 13. there any geologists in the chat? Or rock enthusiasts? Or is it just bio enthusiasts? That there behind the coral is rock. Oh, good one. Correct. So far, we haven't seen a ton of diversity in rock types. Bio enthusiast, I like that word. I'll ask him when he has a second here. They're sampling it. Why is there a 26-meter difference between the depth that's being stated versus the depth on screen?
Because there's multiple different depth sensors on board. And they're allowed to have what, 0.01%?
I would say more than that. A little bit more than that. Just
About half of it?
Well, yeah, because I think the claw is 10 centimeters apart, so you're ready for the little bit.
Yeah, that,
So, yeah.
everybody likes that? Yeah, just make sure that you're gonna get it with the cleavers on the side that you can't see. If you touch it with a back cleaver. No. Alright, now, go to your left. Right, cut, back over. Right. In between.
Sorry.
And then when you get it, you want to rotate 90 degrees each direction.
Alright,
Rotate
we're
90
gonna
degrees.
give this
Might be
guy a
able to
little
use
clip.
one with the bamboo if they're touching. Go ahead, just go. There you go.
Oh,
There you go. You got it.
it's like picking a flower.
So depth sensors, even the best ones, are allowed to have a 0.01, 0.01 or 0.1%?
Well, they're different. One of them is 0.001, or two of them. The rest are 0.01. But the difference is mostly in the math. Some are coefficient based, and some are full polynomial calculations.
Uh-oh, we dropped it. Let's see if we can find him.
I got an eye on it.
He didn't drop too far, luckily. We're not on that vertical wall we were on yesterday. It's floating, floating.
Bring your arm up.
There it is. I agree. If we see some serpentinite, that would be exciting. One of the challenges that we have is that all the rocks have this black coating. It's sooty-looking manganese oxide. So it's pretty hard to tell if we're sampling a serpentinite or just a mafic rock. So we did sample some rocks that are clearly not lava flows. They're intrusive or plutonic, whatever you want to call it. So when we get it back on the ship, then we'll bust it open and see what the rock actually is. But during the dive, it's pretty hard to make that determination. But when we zoomed on the sediment around it, there was quite some green-colored debris that looked like serpentine, so we're hopeful. And a rescue operation success. You have some fans in the chat, J-Rod.
Who there?
J-Rod, you the man. Aha!
Well done.
You rotate your jaws, you can actually see if you're aware of that.
Lots of kudos for that recovery.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
Any luck with immediate comms?
Push nice and easy on this side. Super easy.
It's off for minutes and then on for a few minutes.
Do you think it's a good connection thing?
Yeah, they have the same thing on the screen, so they thought we can't really do much about it and just wait it out. And of course, we get decent time. So,
Should we fire some Niskin?
yeah, that is a backup plan. So I want for sure Niskin when we are back on the
fault at
Am I
6?
good to take off?
yeah, we
Yes.
could actually take that. Let's take
Do you wanna
one
do a
at 8.6 and then another one at 8.7
At the
or
top of the
8
scarp
whenever
on
we are.
waypoint 6?
Is that
Yes. So, or sorry,
You're
6 is
7,
7.
right?
Yeah, we could take one right above here.
and then one on the other side when we are back.
Okay.
And then keep trying.
Okay. So when we get to waypoint 6, we'll do a Niskin. Sorry? There's a bunch of sediment. Oh, ugh. I thought you guys kicked up sediment on it, but biologist, what is happening?
I think that's geologist.
It's geology.
It's geologist.
Are you sure? No, look, it's on top of the rock. That's biology.
Yeah.
It's something covered. Look at the bottom. You can see that it's coming from the sediment and growing on the rock.
Is there any shimmering water?
No, nothing looks hydrothermal around here. Well, maybe we can get a bit closer and take a quick zoom around.
Yeah, right. This down, yeah. On
Oh,
this screen it did, but
we're gonna get a bit closer and look at the stuff here. If
Let's
it's
look
bacterial
again.
mat, then we might have some very weak diffuse fluid flow.
yeah, we could see some shimmering on the screen, but we are not sure if it's the screen only.
Yeah.
So
So we're getting closer to that rock that we just looked at. I mean, what would the heat source be here? It would, or like in the middle of this massive. I guess we're maybe like kind of along a bit of a tiny fissure here. Yeah, the big cluster of rocks to the left is where they said their screen looked like it could be shimmering, or it could just be the screen itself. Yeah, right around here.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So now, what is it on the left here? That's
Under the rock there?
Yeah.
Overhang?
Yeah, but it's on your screen.
It doesn't. It could be.
That kind of looks like Matt. Can we get a little bit of it?
Of course. We're just going to sit down and zoom for a little bit, and then how do you want to collect it?
I don't know what the best way would be. Would be like
Suction?
to scoop it or
Super fine suction sampler?
yeah, maybe that would work. Better.
Okay, we want to see if there's any kind of warm fluid
Yeah, can you
seepage.
zoom in on that? Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
No,
It's
looks
not
different on that
geology.
screen. Yeah.
Yeah, there's. Alright.
It could also be a colonial tunicate for sure.
A tunicate? The little blibs. Can you kind of pan around and see? Oh, I can pan around. Camera's mine. Whew. I've never had this kind of power before. Where do we want to look?
I can take the control back.
No. Oh, so you have the ultimate power. I get it. It seems fast. Excuse me. I'm sorry if I'm making anyone nauseous. This is my first time.
Yeah, it's nice and
I don't see anything shimmering. It does not look geological. We're thinking
bacterial algae.
bacterial mat, yeah. We can suction some of it and take a look at it.
Should you touch it?
We should. We're gonna poke a good old scientific poke of the goop. It's definitely biological.
I'm not sure at all. This is biological.
It's not geological, so what other option do we have?
Magic.
Alien. I mean, the rocks look white too. Like the stuff on the sediment looks a little bit different than the rock.
Somebody on YouTube said remains of
Remains of encrusting sponges? That would make sense. I like the word encrusting.
That is on trees in the forest. I forgot the word.
Lichen?
Lichen. Yeah. Is that something like this? Or
Is there such a thing as a deep sea lichen?
I think so.
But for crossing sponges, it's going to be this much.
Oops, I'm zooming the wrong way. Sorry, people. Sorry if I'm giving anyone some nausea. I think it's probably something left over from biology then, because it's on the rocks and on the sediment.
It looks like cement.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a mound.
Okay, let's poke it.
Yeah.
I think it's crusty.
Alright, so there is some easier for you to reach stuff. Over here.
Oh, there's a little crab.
Is it okay for us to boot the stuff over here? That's a little bit easier for us to
Yeah,
reach?
poke all the things. Especially something that looks a little bit crusty, like.
What about anything over here?
Yes. Let's poke the stuff in the middle right there.
Roger that. The big old side.
But nobody saw any shimmering water, so we don't have any fluid seepage, just a mystery. So on our HD screen here, we didn't see any, so I think that there's some pseudo shimmering water. This isn't limestone. It's not like we have a carbonate reef here. I don't think so. Is it?
Sediment?
It's sediment.
This is like sediment.
But biological sediment.
It's not
It's not a rock.
I don't think it's
All right, so we don't.
I don't need any of that.
We don't need any of this. Okay, let's move on.
Roger that.
Let's pretend we didn't see it.
It's weird, but
I'm gonna make a comment. Weird crusty stuff because we don't know.
Black, subsea black.
It's like clay.
It's clay that covers the rocks and sediment evenly is. No, I don't. It may not be currently biological, but it's biological in origin.
Getting back on track.
Well, that was exciting.
I'm gonna start moving in more to west. I like it.
Yeah, so for anyone who thinks they see a shimmer on one of our screens, it also kind of looked like a shimmer, but on our extremely high definition one, it wasn't shimmering. So I think that it's a bit of an optical illusion on some screens. Sediment, more sediment.
So, Gerard, with the comms that are up, we have no way to do something about it, right? I only have, I have 20 minutes of no communication already on the fluid sampler, so it didn't come back on.
Yeah, let me see my stuff real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way, so I think it's gonna be the same for you as well.
Okay.
I'll let you know. Just keep reminding me to have a check coming out again.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, so one of our fluid samplers we're not currently able to use, but we do have multiple different kinds of fluid samplers. So in a little bit we're going to collect some water in what's called a Niskin. It's basically this canister looking thing that both sides of the canister are open, and then we push a trigger and it closes, and then we have a sample of the water. That looks very similar to what we already saw. Millions of dollars comes down to the equivalent of pushing a stick in the mud and going, huh, weird. Uh-huh, yep. Us geologists are very sophisticated with our science poking. A primnoid was a comment, I guess, this docky thing.
So primnoid is a family, so primnoidae is
Okay, a primnoid is a family. I like it. More talus. There's a pillow with a sponge on it. Or should I say a sponge laying on a pillow? I don't know. Yep, now we're going right over. Oh wait, can we pause here for Niskin?
Yeah, when we, yeah. Oh,
We're right
almost
at
there,
the
okay, yeah.
top of this scrubby area.
You want to do Niskin here?
Yes, please. We haven't done any Niskin, so it'll be N1.
N1.
Mm-hmm.
How much come back?
What sample number would that be?
It'll be Niskin 14 dash N1.
Should I log in? Or?
Yes, can you log it?
Mm-hmm.
Currently at a water depth of 2010. UTC time is 5:53.
I'm there.
Did it work?
No.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Did you push it hard? Yeah.
So what are you looking for when you look up?
I'm looking for right the actual Niskin one right there.
Okay.
That's not fired.
Oh, it's Niskin 1's not working for
You
us.
want us to just go ahead and go to Niskin 2?
Yes,
or-
please. Niskin 2.
Are we ready to make the move back east?
No, you're good.
I push
Hey,
enter.
You're good right there.
Well, you can have comment. Yeah,
Yeah.
just leave a comment. Niskin 1 didn't fire
Yeah.
into.
Did you park it?
Pressed enter before it was secure. We know better than that.
I thought they said, yeah, it's done.
Yeah, I heard
And
that
they were
too.
like, no.
Here we see a different kind of science book. I really like the
Niskin 2 fired?
commentary that the
You did one? Correct.
live chat has.
Niskin 2 fired?
Niskin 2 fired.
Just the one, right?
Just the one. So now we head back west. We're gonna cross an area of lots of sediment. Basically a river of sediment. Wrong lever. There will be some elevated stuff in between that could be interesting. Do you see this? Like this here?
Oh yeah.
Could be an
That's-
interesting
yeah.
detachment. I think this might be.
We crossed. I think they had that in mind also.
Mm-hmm. All right, we can see if we want to grab a sample there too.
I need to do a white balance at some time, so am I good to do it anytime?
Anytime you want.
Carl, let me know when you're good for a white balance. Something white on top of the rock. Highlight them out. Get over here, come down a little bit.
Excuse me. It is almost 3 a.m. ship time now.
I can definitely feel that.
And now,
Yeah, get me to back to like 80 or 30.
Still seeing some scattered pillows in this talus, so tells us it's likely a mafic volcanic rock.
Now that we're Might get into that flowing cement. Right there.
So we're just doing white balance calibration, looking for something.
Go. Alright, good to go. You got 20 on your logo, but you still moving along the right way. Bridge, you are moving right. Yeah,
So the things that we're going to be more interested in is when we get to these ridges here. We're just over here. So these ridges here, and then this area here.
Yeah, let me see that on my map.
Yeah. So anything that looks like a lump. Yeah. We'll be
This
interested
guy?
in the lumps. Yeah.
Do you want me to pop over to this? Or just come over there?
Just come over right over top of that.
The smaller one?
Yep.
Over that. Are you gonna get going pretty fast with it?
Yes, please. Let's pass this sedimented area as quick as possible. We've already crossed it 2 times. This will be our 3rd time. There's a couple pillows still here, so a lot of buried lava flows. Very old. Lovely lava lumps. Any pimples on today's map? No, there's nothing that screams to us that we would expect there to be any kind of chimney structure in this AUV map. But we do have the ability to collect some different fluid samples where we can look for methane and trace metals and hydrogen concentrations to see if there is any fluid seepage. And also we're interested in the rocks because it can tell us a lot about the evolution of mid-ocean ridge crust, and especially these oceanic core complexes, which is basically when we have some rock from deep below us being extruded or exposed at surface along this really low angle fault surface. And it's not easy to study things that normally form deep under the ocean, so it's an opportunity to, oh, that's cool, look at those big pillows. It's an opportunity to really get a sense of what's happening in the lower crust and even the mantle. So those are pillows, so that tells me that this is probably an old volcanic ridge that we're looking at.
Cool.
So that's a good pillow. So that tells me that it's a mafic volcanic rock. Mafic is kind of our classic lava flow from a volcano. Mafic being manganese and iron. I think I forgot to add a ridge here. Northwest. So the extra lumpy stuff straight to the west of us is what I'm hoping to target. Alright, almost there, some more sediment. go a little bit more northerly.
North,
Yeah, I want to hit the middle of the extra big lump.
Roger that. Speed up, touch. About that direction or more? That direction?
Mm-hmm. Perfect. That looks like a pillow. So we're still mafic.
Swap it to the other end. See the green one?
Well, that's a pretty clear pillow. There's no question about what we're looking at here.
I gotta slow down.
You can slow down. I'm
I
cool
gotta
with
wait
that.
for the lesson.
Comps just came back.
Nice.
Do you want to try that fluid sample while we were waiting? Sure. Sure, let's do a fluid sample.
Do I need to be stopped for the fluid sample or can we remove it?
It can actually move. I'm still not.
I can still go?
Yes, you can move. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, coming over the other side, I expect that this stuff will be mafic as well. We're looking for pillows. That kind of looks like a pillow right there, that round one. Maybe there's something more convincing.
You want me to keep heading
Yeah, keep
northwest?
heading northwest for me, please.
I like that.
It's probably going to be sedimented after this, but just in case.
I lost it again.
Oh,
Did
we
not
couldn't
work.
do it.
It cut out?
Yeah.
Okay, take that. Chris, you don't mind that? Okay. If you want, take over? Sure. Let me just play with that guy. Just one away from me. Right now, she's just going to northwest, so slowing down a little bit to let the vessel.
Unfortunate.
Get a little more ahead of us before we push the northwest.
Okay. So we're going to come over a little bit of a slope here. And then I want to see if we notice any difference in what the rocks look like. We're getting pretty close to this detachment fault surface. On one side we expect there to be pillow flows like we're seeing here. You guys can see some of those bulbous looking things. Pretty sure this is still our mafic volcanics. Thanks, have a good rest of your night.
J.R., we have to be back at 6:30.
Hello.
6:30?
Hello.
Yeah, so we need to be on deck by.
We have to be ready to leave by 6:30.
Like, vessel start transit?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we should probably leave deck at 4:15 at the absolute latest.
4:15 at the absolute latest.
I would shoot for 4 just in case something really amazing happens at 4.
Okay.
Does it always
Just because that happened, yeah. All right, that's still okay. So we're gonna transit pretty quickly here. Can I show you on my map where I'd like you to aim for? So this is the waypoint 7 on your screen, and we're right here. I'd actually like to try to get up here if possible. So just zoom on past that. We're not stopping. We're just gonna fly as quickly as we can up this hill to this area here.
this what you're,
Sorry? Yes, exactly that. I want to try to get right up to there as quickly as we can because we only have an hour left in the dive.
That seems very short.
See, yeah, what happened to the time? So as long as I see pillows, then I know what I'm looking at. There's a shrimp that just swam by. Sponge.
So I'm just taking a straight track towards it.
Hour off.
Yeah, 2000.
Just taking a straight track towards it.
I don't know. Whatever, we'll be done in 4 minutes.
No, that's fine. It's okay.
So I guess we always have to stop to fire a Niskin. We're almost at the contact right here. You want to fire one right after this little lip? Or do you want to just get to this point here? It might be worthwhile,
I
like
think-
we're right here.
Yeah, we can take one over this with the S shape thing.
So do you see the little lippy ridge that we're going to cross right away? We want to fire a Niskin right after that. And then keep
On
on-
bottom, any sort of
we have
altitude off bottom, wherever you
no,
like it.
just anywhere you want. I guess close to
Yeah.
bottom.
Close to bottom, but if it without sitting down would be best so that we don't have lots of particles in suspension. So
Okay. So floating close to bottom but off bottom.
yeah, and
We've only fired Niskin 2. Niskin 1 didn't work, so it'll be Niskin 3. No, we're flying quickly now. We only have an hour left. Zooms cost double. $20 now.
Right, get over this area.
Right over that little lippy thing there, yeah.
yeah, the 1.7, but I'm not quite sure where the sensor is mounted.
Alright. Yeah, we have to come up off of bottom, get the ROV secured, and then start transiting to pick up the AUVs so we can get them recovered as quickly as possible, and then we're doing pretty quick
Is
turnarounds.
this where you want to do the next?
Yeah, that-
Or-
Just on the
A
other
little
side.
bit- a little bit more, yeah.
On top or on the other side?
On top.
On top, okay. So after we recover the AUVs, we get into data processing mode. It's Dave Caress and Jenny Padwin at Mbari and Jeff Beeson with NOAA PMEL. They all work together very quickly to try to get that data downloaded and processed so that we can have high resolution maps to plan our next ROV dive. The AUVs
Ready.
also have sensors on them where we can look for what's called ORP, oxidation reduction potential, or particles in the water column that could indicate that we have a vent source. As we're doing these dives, we're also doing quite a lot of exploration and reconnaissance. We are looking for rocks that formed in Earth's mantle, serpentinites. We're looking for areas where there might be a little bit of fluid seepage. So far on the big AUV map that they've created, we haven't seen anything that suggests that there would be one of these alkaline, lost city type chimneys, but that's the nature of exploration. We have to look over a huge area before we ever find anything. So we turn stuff around really quickly. And we're
Alright, so you want 3?
3, please. Yes.
Yep.
Are you guys ready now?
Yes.
Yes.
It's definitely good stuff out there.
Put that real quick in the
Yeah.
city. Got 3 fired, okay?
Perfect. Up the hill. Next is up the hill too.
There.
Alright, out of your way. Should be able to camera now.
Okay. I think we are back into the potentially intrusive rocks, unless there's a pillow that wants to prove me wrong. Again, all these rocks are coated by manganese oxide, so it's hard to tell what it is. There's also a lot of iron oxide too, so these oxides are actually precipitating directly from the water, where they exist in kind of like a colloidal suspension, and then they very slowly will adhere to a substrate, and it takes millions of years to get any kind of thickness with the crust. We do not know the age of these rocks. We are about 14.5 kilometers from the spreading center. I just had my PhD student do a back of the envelope calculation. If we are spreading at a rate of 2 centimeters a year at this location, we're maybe around 500,000 years old already. So yesterday we did a pretty cool transect from the bottom to the top of a large scarp. So the scarp, it's basically looking backwards in time. So the oldest stuff is at the bottom and the youngest stuff is at the top. And hold on, I'm just making a quick note while I do this. Okay. So if we can sample the bottom and sample up that scarp, then we're progressively going forward in time. It's the same thing as we have distance from this spreading center. So if we're really close to the spreading center, it's young, and the further away we go, it gets older. So we can actually look at the evolution of the seafloor geology through time just based on position or where we are. Of course, this is all relative time, but that's kind of all we need right now. So we are going to continue doing exploration in this area. So this is the Kane Fracture Zone. It's where we have a large transform fault that the ridge is intersecting with, and this is the kind of area where we get these detachment faults, where deep mantle material and deep crustal material can get exposed. So the main goal of this cruise is to see if we can find any kind of alkaline vent systems like Lost City. So whenever we have these mantle rocks exposed at surface, the main mineral in those rocks is olivine, which is an iron magnesium silicate. At the depths that the olivine is forming at, it's pretty high temperature and pressure, and when that material is exposed at the sea floor, it's actually not chemically stable anymore. So the mineral changes into a different mineral called serpentine, which is kind of a green mineral, so I think of it like a serpent, like a snake. And this process of serpentinization is slightly exothermic, so that provides some heat to cause circulation of fluids, and also provides all the materials to form these carbonate chimneys. It's very likely that we also need an additional heat source, so being fairly close to the ridge axis where we can tap into some deep magma chamber as well. Lots of sediment here. We're going up a very smooth looking slope in the bathymetry. So anyway, long answer to the question is yes, we're going to continue to explore in this general area. We are covering a huge area with our autonomous underwater vehicles. We have 2 of them. They fly just over the seafloor in kind of a pre-programmed pattern, looking for these signatures in the water column that there's a vent site, and also making extremely detailed maps. Those maps help us to target different interesting geologic features where we could find these carbonate chimneys. But again, we've kind of just started our exploration here, so we are going to spend quite a lot more time doing AUV mapping. We do something called CTD casts and toyo. So CTD is basically this instrument that measures conductivity, temperature, and depth, and also has these big kind of Niskin style bottles that we can use to remotely cause the ends to close and get a water sample. And so we can do different kinds of things with the CTD. We can either do a vertical cast, or we can drag it up and down in the water behind the ship. We call it a toyo. So we're kind of alternating between AUV mapping, CTD toyos, and ROV dives, and trying to cover quite a lot of ground. Exploration is pretty high risk because we don't know if we're going to find anything. Okay, questions. I was wondering if the rocks were formed that way or if it took millions of years. So, no, if you go to an area where we have active volcanism, like right along spreading centers, there's no manganese like this on the rocks. This is all very old. It takes the manganese accumulates about as quickly as your fingernails grow. Sorry, I'm just making some quick notes here. Again, we're out of an area where there's anything that looks like pillows. This talus here is really blocky, so it could be this intrusive material or plutonic material. Maybe steep slope, lots of sediment. So there's a question if serpentinization is enough heat to drive thermal venting. That was the original idea at Lost City, which is this huge, very long-lived site. But more recent work that our chief scientist Dave Butterfield and others have done looking at the fluids, it's pretty solid indication that there's actually also magmatic heat source. That magmatic signature is in the fluids, so serpentinization alone probably not enough to drive the system, but just an important process in forming these chimneys nonetheless. Elaborate about the toyo. Okay, so there's this instrument. It's pretty big. What's the size of the CTD?
In meters?
What?
Diameter maybe 1.5 meters or something?
1.5 meters in diameter, like
and 24.
Small car?
No, smaller than a small car.
Smaller than a small car. It looks like
maybe a huge barrel.
Like a huge barrel or a big cylinder where there's a bunch of different canisters. They're quite large, all in a circle, and then there's different instruments mounted on this frame.
So it's 24 12-liter bottles.
24 12-liter bottles. Okay, sorry, I'm also just making some notes here as we go. And so that thing is connected to the ship with a tether, and it's on this big long cable that has a big winch, and we toss it overboard very carefully and lower it to the bottom of the seafloor, and then we start dragging it behind us. So as the ship is moving, we raise the winch, and it moves up in the water column, and then we lower the winch, and then it goes down. So it's like a yo-yo, but it kind of is as we're towing it, so we call it tow-yo. What is the temperature at this depth? About 3 degrees Celsius. Man, I hope we hit something interesting to justify all this sediment that we're seeing.
Racing over the sediment.
Yeah, still. What kind of depths is the serpentinization occurring at? So it's going to happen anywhere on the seafloor that our mantle rocks are exposed at. So we're around a depth of 2,000 meters below sea level, and if these rocks that we see right in front of us are actually mantle rocks, then those will have been serpentinized. Now, this process isn't happening just at the surface, but actually kind of within a horizon near the surface within the rocks. I just need to make a note here. Okay. Ultramafic, potentially. Again, we already took some samples of this, so we are hoping to break it open and see if it is ultramafic.
Yeah, once we...
So we're pretty much at the base of this little lump here.
If we can move a little bit in, I would take a Niskin on this side also, because my constant is on and off. I don't think that my construction take a brief routes. But then we have like the nice spread between volcanic on the detachment wall and then
Up
on
a
this
bit.
side up
Okay.
a bit slope. Yeah.
Yeah, right at waypoint 14 then
Yeah.
maybe, or even a little bit further upslope from there. Bottles, Niskin bottles. Yes, we have a couple different fluid samplers on board. One of them's not working, so we have some Niskin samplers on the vehicle. Basically just a canister that is open right now, and the ROV team presses a trigger that closes the Niskin and tracks the fluid sample of where we're at. How deep into the rock layer is that horizon? I don't know, and I don't know. Who would know? Has there ever been IODP drilling of a core complex?
On top of Atlantis Massif, but it didn't reach down the detachment, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's a really good question, Ryan, and I'm not entirely sure. They did try doing some drilling at a similar core complex called the Atlantis Massif, which is where the Lost City event is happening, but I'm not sure if they actually reached into the ultramafic material or not.
So there will be another drilling cruise IODP just starting up in April, going to the same location and drilling deeper holes.
Did you guys hear that? So we'll find out in April when IODP, which is the International Ocean Discovery Program, goes back and drills some more holes into that massif, and maybe we'll get a sense of what's going on in the subsurface. Because most of the time we're just seeing like basically what we can see at the seafloor, and we don't really know what's happening at depth. Probably depends on a lot of things, like if there's a lot of fracturing of the rocks. Yeah, so we're just gonna get to the top of this little mound of rocks. We're gonna grab a Niskin sample, probably pick up another rock when we get to the top. Aw, thank you. It is an awesome job. I found my dissertation topic. Yeah, there's not enough people who work on seafloor geology, so there's a lot of geology out there that needs to be done. Definitely not enough people. on the other side of things, not enough funding for this stuff usually, which is why we have these nonprofit institutions like the Schmidt Ocean Institute to help us get the science done, because there's not that many opportunities for us to get on a ship and have access to these ROVs.
Just about at your waypoint here.
Alright, yeah, you wanna take a Niskin now? Are you happy, or do you wanna go up a little bit higher?
I wouldn't mind going up a tiny bit more.
Up some more, up into the top of the
Yeah, we can just take the top.
strange feature we see on the map. It's
Then turn around there.
Yeah, I'll grab a rock quickly.
Okay.
No, you do your Niskin first, and then I'll
Mhm.
grab a rock.
That would be great.
So that'll be Niskin 16-N4.
16? Great.
Yeah. Well, your geology degree may be non-existent now, but you can come and get one. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the best part of my job is actually the people I work with. It's such great multidisciplinary teams. It's so much fun and I learn so much. Is that a pillow? Tell me that's not a pillow. Can we go look at that thing?
What thing are we looking at?
The round thing straight ahead. Oh no. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be that bad. It could just be a lava flow coming down from the top. That's pretty pillow-like, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. Ah. Alright.
Oh, the others look chunky now.
Yeah, my hypotheses will be tested here. Talus. My comment on my notes is, oh no, it's a pillow. Alright, so this is the northwestern corner. Yeah, that's a pillow. Northwestern corner of the spreading zone. It's just north of this area before the transfer. Too bad I can't share my screen with the chat. So basically, the northern part of the spreading ridge is directly to our east, about 14.5 kilometers. The transform fault is north of us, 12 kilometers. So we're right at this corner between the ridge and the transform. It's an area where we call it an inside corner high. It's a very creative name because the seafloor here is quite elevated. Are we doing a Niskin first? Are you guys
Pretty much, yeah.
well floating though?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yep. We can take it here, yeah.
So this material is material that formed at the spreading center. The reason we have a transform fault is because the seafloor is moving apart at the spreading center, and then there's a big step over and there's another spreading center segment. So it's actually the spreading that's causing the transform motion, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 4.
Niskin 4.
Niskin 4, thank you.
Okay for you.
Sorry if I'm giving rambling answers, because I'm also taking notes while we do this.
Did he close?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, and can we get a rock, something fist size or 2 fist size? Maybe that piece by that pillow right ahead of us, or something. It's hard to answer questions without showing visuals as well. So that does look like a pillow to me, but that could be deceiving. So do you see the big rock on the left, right in front of it? There's a piece of rock. If that's not too big, I'm not great at telling. Yeah.
If you look at it from that side.
Okay. One of the smaller ones on the bottom left, then.
Try to get it that side. See what she's talking about.
Any of the small rocks around here. So when we get the rock back on ship, then we can actually take a close look at it, cut it in half, and see past this manganese oxide, and then we'll know whether or not it's a lava flow or something that formed below surface, something we call an intrusive rock, and also whether or not it's something that is mafic, which is the kind of rock that makes up most of the ocean crust, or ultramafic, which is something that makes up the mantle. Guess I should take some photos and some notes here. Okay.
Is that what you're going for?
I just want to kind of see how big it is.
That looks huge.
That's quite big.
Ooh, yeah, that's a little bit. That's big. Okay.
It looks like it's connected to that big piece below it, so.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's a big whole piece right there. Alright, I don't think you're gonna bite that chunk off.
That guy's stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, the whole thing moves, you know?
No.
Is it? No, I think it's. Oh, the whole big thing. No, I don't want that big. I don't want to have to ship that home.
Let it go. Alright, so what else would you find?
Something on the left near the bottom, maybe? Maybe we can see it. No, those look pretty
Put that
big.
one little teeny tiny seed.
How teeny tiny?
So, you see the bottom left corner there? Doug?
That looks.
That's buried.
The buried one, yeah, might be a bit too small, but let's pick it up and. Or the one behind it? Can you reach that far? Between the two rocks? Why are all the rocks so big here?
I think all the ones I can reach from here are too big.
Okay, we can try repositioning. See, back there I see some more pillow-looking things too.
If you fly around a little bit, though, you might still look up and see a bunch of little piles.
I mean, the fact that they're large and blocky compared to small and blocky could tell me that it's intrusive, but I'm only gonna know when I can take a closer look. Look how rounded the tops of them look.
Alright, try and find something.
So, looking at the map, if this is volcanic, then this is the volcanic area here. It could just be a lava flow coming down the hill
What
here.
about in that little seam here?
Hopefully that's just the case.
Small ones.
I'm not convinced that it is a pillow. It could be an optical illusion.
Oh, okay. Did look very, the crust also looked very fillable.
It did.
Like a little bit like a bread crust.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you think just down the belly, kind of.
Yeah, I think that this is volcanic and that this might be lava flow. That's good to know.
Potentially, yeah.
This, so we can go from here, this over here, and go down here. across this S structure then.
This area.
Excellent. That one right in the middle would be fine. He does. So question here, is SuBastian right-handed? I think SuBastian's ambidextrous. There's a manipulator arm on each side. Why would you use one manipulator arm over the other?
They have different jaws, like this one has the coral guys. So we like to use this one on coral. We tend to use the blockier one for the rocks normally.
Mm.
And on the, sometimes we'll even put in like intervention jaws that aren't flat, that you can grab really, really big stuff. So it mostly just depends what kind of jaws you have.
Alright, so I have an answer here. We're just gonna pick up this rock. There's a manipulator arm on each side, and they have different jaws. This side has the more delicate jaws. There's also a coral cutter. Oh, don't tell me that's stuck. It's wiggling a bit. And the other jaw is a bit more, oh, we're really digging down, robust, so it's maybe a little better for things like rocks. There we go.
I'm quickly going to talk to Kevin on live right now, just to see if there's something else wrong.
Okay.
Not for something, just to solve the problem.
Okay. Come on up. Come on up. Wiggle, wiggle. Is it quicksand? This rock is stubborn. He knows it's gonna get smashed with a rock hammer and then dissolved in acid. Yeah, that's what we do. Cut it with a saw, smash it with a hammer, and dissolve it in acid. The rock is digging deeper, yeah. It's burrowing. Maybe that's what all the bioturbation is, all the rocks trying to get away.
And this one.
Oh, come on. Come on.
No, don't worry about it. It's,
Why?
gonna
He's
do that
wiggling.
for a little bit.
Oh, are we shredding the red thing?
We got 3 others in there that look like this.
Yeah, whichever one. We're giving up. Yeah, the ones in the sediment might not have as much crust, that's true, but I think we're basically limited by what we're able to grab here.
Actually, just wanted to measure the oxygen, just to see if it's not connected. And the photographs I will take it back to the assembly after the same time.
They're bigger than they look too, like that guy is pretty huge. He's he's huge. Ooh.
I don't want to back up. I'll blow it in.
That's what
the iceberg rock where only the top third is sticking out and the rest is below. I never managed even to get a change here to fix that.
Basically throws me out there. If you push me back, then yeah, start to do this.
I do like the entertainment value of the commentary here. Okay, big shots.
So the next thing would be to power off to it. Well, let me try this again.
I feel like we're invested in taking this rock now. We can't give up. Woohoo! Oh, that's huge! I think we need to put that in a bio box. That is why. Holy. Now we gotta take it home.
Hello, Zach. Hey, bud.
Yeah, that's bigger than fist size.
Yep. We're going to start recovering about 4. So we can make it over to the EUV recovery zone. Should be about the same time as yesterday, but I can get something from
On deck 6:30.
on deck 6:30.
Session at the dive site or the UV site.
Okay, this will go in bio box 3. I am okay with the photo. Bio box 3, please.
See if I can extend this.
Up and out your way.
The bio boxes have now turned into The rock sampling is taking longer than I expected for a lot of these. I don't know if we're gonna get to the S-shaped thing in 25 minutes. If we leave the bottleneck for 15.
I think 4:15 sounds good.
I think 4:15 sounds good, yeah. Yay! Will it fit in the bio box? Yeah, the bio box is huge. We're prepared. Excellent. Good extraction. Were you a dentist in a former life?
Could you, before you move, power the HFS sampler off and on again? Yeah.
Alright, Doug, let me set my arm ready.
Kills these telemetry, just in case it does.
Is that a problem? Or
It has not had our system before doing that, but we'll give her a try. We just gotta get in a safe spot.
okay.
Alright, I'm gonna stub my arm real quick.
I mean, is it? I guess you want to solve it before the next time.
Yeah, we were just troubleshooting.
We're heavy, so
We're trying to figure out.
just right there.
It's not for sample.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, so we're all good. And we should be ready to try this.
That's what I just said.
Alright, so HFS off.
Yeah. Okay, it's off now, Kevin. Can we turn it back on?
Thank you. Don't turn it right back. Yeah,
Okay.
don't turn
Yeah, we can turn it back on.
it. We're gonna wait and see.
Okay.
That's what happened yesterday.
Right, they're trying to troubleshoot our other fluid sampler right now. There's a comment about lashing it onto the hood like a Christmas tree. We've done that before when we've collected large samples of chimneys where it just goes onto the porch of the ROV and we hold it with the manipulator arm as we go to surface.
Wait, wait. Alright, we're ready to power back on.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
It'll knock out starboard. It's gonna shut it on across the ends.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay, Kevin, it's back on.
Okay. I have to wait for this to come back up.
Can we start moving all this?
Maybe it has some kind of mode where if you turn it off in the middle of moving a valve or something, when you turn it on, it does that. I don't know, but too bad.
Okay. Friday.
Alright, are we able to move or do we have to
I
wait?
think he's waiting to.
Do you need to wait or?
No, I don't.
We can move. Okay, I would like to hit this thing if we can get there or not. We are currently right here, so it's southeast directly from where we are here. If you zoom out a little, oh, finish.
This is where we're supposed to be.
Can you look down a little bit? See that big squiggle? The big squiggle, yeah. Let's try to hit that. So it's basically straight southeast. I don't know, it's, I can tell you the distance there.
Oh, okay.
400 meters.
Yeah, we can start heading that way. We've only got about 10 minutes to go.
Yep.
I'm not sure we'll make it.
Not sure we'll make it either, but let's see.
Turn right second.
I think you want to go left.
Alright. Ready? Go for it. Start high. 23 seconds. Just don't really know. Help play. We're better.
Found the zero.
Well, that's already way more than.
There it is.
Whose chocolate is this? Finders keepers.
Pump this on. Sample is going. And do you want to go ahead and change for the next?
Yeah,
Sample?
actually, you know, we don't have
No,
much
it's
time
working.
left, so we should just take a sample anyway now that it will.
Okay, so
Each of us?
which one do you want to take?
And I think the bag, maybe bag 20. Yeah, so just go
Well,
ahead.
it's,
We can keep moving.
Yep.
Start trucking on behind you here in a minute.
Yep.
Okay, it's HFS 18.
Yeah.
B20.
Was there any certain part of this that's
Yeah, you see the little curvy ridge at the very bottom? Yeah, just somewhere in the middle of that. Now we really gotta see if we can set a land speed record. Should I be logging this? Have you started?
We are not, it doesn't, we're still at work.
Oh, that's
Still
disappointing.
trying, still trying, yeah.
Then before we come off bottom, should we fire off Niskins 5 and 6?
Here's the phone. All right. Here we go.
Ooh, are we working? Just after I erase it, I should.
Yeah.
It's working?
Move. Well, we're not there yet.
Not yet. Okay. Hold my horses. I got you.
It's moved. It's moved.
Unless you can see that,
Fire and wait.
Yeah. Okay, Melissa now.
All right. Finally.
Boom.
Yeah,
HFS 18B20.
correct.
It's an unfiltered bag, correct?
Yes.
It's going.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
I'm not a BS to go there to get it to work.
yeah, the best, I don't think the best is doing it yet, so.
bridge or we were on the east or the south.
Okay, we're getting close to the end of the dive here. It's almost 4 a.m. ship time. We're gonna have to recover the ROV pretty quick, get it on the ship, get it secured, and then go pick up the AUVs who've been operating autonomously nearby. They did say 6:15 at the latest.
That's what J-Rod said, so.
If we don't stop, maybe we can get there. Right, there's a lot of sediment, as we've seen already.
Okay, we don't need any more Niskin, so.
We don't. There's 2.5s left though. We might as well fire them right before we.
But just it's okay.
What if I want to get some water for myself? They gave away my salt sample, so I want to get a new one.
Oh.
Alright, little bit of a ridge of some rocks. We're flying as quickly as we can. Yes, we gotta pick up the kids from the pool.
fluid sample is finished.
I would agree with that, Peter.
Okay.
Oh no, temperature probe didn't. No, it didn't work.
It didn't work.
The temperature probe didn't work.
Did the other stuff work?
Looks like it, yes.
And the volume?
Yes, 451.
Okay, I got the rest.
And temperatures I don't have zeros.
Yeah, cool. So that round one also kind of looks pillowy. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. Okay, gentle, slow. Questioning everything I thought I knew. Okay. When will the next dive be? Good question. So a lot of the planning here is related to what we see on the surveys that we do ahead of time. So when we recover the ROV and then we go and recover the AUVs, then we're going to be doing these CTD toyos and processing the AUV data. And when we look at that data is when we make the plan. So my guess is that it's going to be similar timing to this dive, kind of 8:30 p.m. ship time on the seafloor, which is UTC -3. But that's only based on seeing if we're kind of maintaining this kind of pace and schedule. But really, if you're on YouTube, just put on notifications and then you should get a notification ahead of time, or follow the Schmidt Ocean Institute. They usually will post a notice when we're about to go live a few hours ahead of time as well. Alright, we're coming over a little lump. It's 4 o'clock. We don't have very much time before we have to come up, so we're just trying to see as much as we can before we do. Again, our plans can change pretty quickly based on everything that we find. It also means that I'm never sure about my own sleep schedule. Now the ship is catching up to us.
Alright, 4 o'clock.
It's actually 4:15. Yeah. He said he gave the 15 minutes in case something really exciting was happening at the end. So.
So you're dipping into the awesome minutes.
Mm-hmm. Dipping into the awesome minutes because there's nothing awesome right here.
So now that's very awesome.
Now it better not get extra awesome at the
Did
very
you
end.
manage to get to 8.16 in 15 minutes?
I'll tell you how far that is. It's not that far. I mean, it is 250 meters away. What's our max speed? 500.
So we're half.
We're half. And that was like 6 minutes.
I mean, bright side too is if it's really awesome, we can always mark it and come back tomorrow.
I don't think it'll be that awesome. No. Not with all the other.
But it's at least 15 minutes awesome.
It's at least 15 minutes awesome, yeah. Alright, people, we're looking to see if we see pillows, and that kind of looks pillowy there. I don't know. Nothing like screaming pillows to me, though. Also, nothing screaming deformation. It's just been this talus at the surface. It would be nice to see a nice, coherent outcrop that shows us this detachment fault surface. Well, yesterday I managed to pick up 12 rocks. Today I limited myself to 8 rocks, but I think that 2 of the rocks are much larger. Weight-wise, probably about the same. So the good thing about potentially firing the last 2 Niskins at the end is that the HFS makes long to collect the sample and we can just fire those off the end.
I'm not planning to take it at the
Very end.
just because of the time.
Let's see if we have extra. I mean, we're probably not gonna. Let's see.
I mean, I can start it in about 10 minutes when it's still if it runs.
Yeah.
The quickest now, but
There's gonna be a heavy load to take back when we finish. Yes, it is. I'm always asked, what's in there? Rocks? Yes, it is. This is a really cool area. It's partly because we're not right at the mid-ocean ridge spreading center. We're what we call off-axis, so we're 14.5 kilometers away. And it's not very common that we're exploring in these older off-axis areas, and there's quite a lot of cool stuff to see. A lot of unexpected stuff, like all those sponges yesterday I was surprised by. Oh, it's my pleasure. It reminds me of lecturing during the pandemic where students would just be typing on chat. So watching that while watching the screens here is pretty standard stuff for pandemic teaching too. Well, at least we made it over that one. That looks like a pillow. Oh no. Are we getting tugged by the ship? Currently 4:08. We are ending the dive at 4:15 ship time. So we're just heading down a slope. There's a cool little ridge feature at the bottom that we were hoping to get to, but doesn't look like that's gonna happen. But we're just gonna fly along the bottom for the last 6 or 7 minutes here. I don't know what that black thing is. Bio? Anemone?
Yeah, can we get a zoom? That looks like a urchin.
Urchin? We can look at an
Yeah,
urchin.
maybe it was soft.
Soft urchin.
Yeah, that's an urchin. Thank you.
I'm starting 1 minute.
Yeah, you're watching your clock. So it'll be HFS 19.
19, okay, and it's back 19.
How many? Oh, did you already start? Sorry?
Thanks.
Sorry, you did start?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Stop it. Trying to stay at 55.
Alright, we're doing one final fluid sample here.
Over the ripples.
Over the ripples. The very exciting ripple marks. That's an unfiltered bag.
That's not good then.
Uh-oh.
Okay, that's awesome. But I still got that, yeah, fine. Still got that.
Is the HFS still going?
Yeah.
It's not the ROV, it was power something.
What's that?
I'm still
Oh, no, the TV's turned on.
Yeah, then
No idea at all.